Welcome in, Renegades. So, today we are talking about my story. We are going to have a lengthy live stream. Things have been kind of crazy for me lately, and we're at the point, should I quit, guys? Should I stop pursuing love? Should I stop pursuing my dreams? We're going to go into a story of why um, you guys need to make a decision at the end. Should I quit or not? I've never told my whole story. I come from a lot of heartbreak, pain, and suffering. I've overcame the last 10 or 15 years, but there has been some serious things in my life that have happened that I'm going to share. At the end, I want your guys' opinion. I'm going to go all the way back to the very beginning before I was even born. So my mom met my dad. He was an Elvis impersonator, actually. He sang songs in a bar, and he wasn't really looking for a family or kids or anything. And I'm actually a mistake. I wasn't supposed to be here. My older brother, who's 3 years older than me, he was 3 at the time, got a hold, I guess, of my mom's diaphragm, if you want to say. And I guess he was chewing on it, and it ended up with a hole in it or whatever. And boom, Jeff ends up here. So I was a mistake in the first place. My mom says I wasn't, of course, blah, blah, blah. But I think that is like a start to my story of how things got really messed up. My mom was a registered nurse at the time, doing really well. My mom took really good care of us. She had my older brother's dad, and then they had me. Mistake. Thank you, older brother. And so then when I was about 4, she met this man named Randy. And this man named Randy, he was cool at first, and they ended up really hitting it off, and they ended up getting married. They had 2 kids together, which are my little brother and my little sister. I live with my little brother, just went to visit my little sister out here. My older brother lives up the road. He's put my mom up. But we met this man named Randy, and she marries him, and then the abuse starts. I mean, I would remember coming home and just hoping his truck wouldn't be there from school. I'd walk and I'd be like, I hope he isn't home. And he would just beat us over little things. Like, he found a vitamin behind the stove once, and so he would just beat the crap out of me. Even though it wasn't mine, my older brother talked me into taking the blame for it, and then I got my butt beat. But he used to abuse us all the time. My brother opened a bag of chips the wrong way, and he got his butt beat. There's some other way worse things, not like sexual abuse, but worse physical abuse that I don't really want to go into just because I don't think that there's any reason to. And so, like, it made me kind of live in fear a lot. And so eventually, like, my mom had to call the cops on him. He threw a beer at the wall, and it like went all over her. And so anyway, like, he went to jail that night. And then finally, when I was 10 years old, my mom left him. The problem was he wanted to keep my little brother. So my little brother might even have a harder life than me because he had to live with this man by himself, which would have been a nightmare. Like, he was abusive. Like, he's nicer now, like this day, but growing up, it just was really hard. And he had partial custody, so of my little brother. And so, anyways, we move around a lot because of this. After this, my mom's an RN. We moved to Oregon. So we start out in Washington. This is where all that happened, like the mistake, the marriage, everything. And so we moved to Oregon with one of my mom's friends. Things are going good. Like, life's good now. But my little brother's kind of stuck out there. Here's where I start rebelling. This is where, and I think it's because possibly that horrible childhood that I had, I started rebelling when I was about 13. I was playing sports, doing good. No one ever in the stands. I didn't really get the support that I needed because at this time, so from 10 to 13, my mom is working as a registered nurse. Well, she gets hurt at work. So she got hurt before, had surgery or whatever, was doing good. And then when I was about 13, she got hurt again by an Alzheimer's patient. She was a registered nurse at a retirement home or whatever. And this Alzheimer's patient, she was taking her to the bathroom, and the lady forgot who my mom was, like halfway to the bathroom or in the bathroom when she was putting her on the toilet, and started freaking out and like started to hit my mom. And then like somehow she fell on top of my mom and they got squished between the toilet and the wall. And this lady was a big lady. And so she ended up having really bad back problems after that. So when I was 30, we lived a pretty, like it was hard because we were abused. So I didn't even really understand what money was or understand that we had money back in those days. And then until we didn't have money, right? So my mom ended up having to quit work, go on workers' compensation. They didn't pay her for like 5 years, I think. So she was on like Social Security disability. When I was 13, I started skipping school. I started smoking pot, started doing my thing. Met this guy who was older than me, just randomly walking. And this is the worst friendship I ever had. It's probably what led my life down the path that it's on, or was on. Thank God it's not anymore. But this guy, his name is Matt. He was a rocker. I don't know. He was just mesmerizing to a 13-year-old. He was like 15 or something, and just I'd never seen anybody like him. Long hair, just like his presence, everything, and just it was mesmerizing to me as a 13-year-old. And so I started hanging out with him. Funny thing is, I brought him a bag of seeds from pot and thought it was weed or something. And he's like, dude, you're dumb. Like, this isn't pot. Like, these are seeds. And so anyway, started hanging out with him. Bad thing. So he lives in the hood. I didn't even know what the hood was at the time. But his aunt was a dealer, like a coke dealer. And so I didn't even know anything about that. Like, I'm 13, right? 13, 14. And so start hanging out with this dude. We can smoke weed over there all the time. It's cool. That's the cool part. His aunt, I guess, was a coke dealer. This dude would always come over, this black dude with a nice ass car, different car every time. And started to, see these people around. And then I started seeing her like doing things. But anyway, I just am a pothead at the time, and then all of a sudden they're trying to introduce like special toppings, and these adults like shouldn't be doing this for kids anyway, but they put like some cocaine on the weed and called it special toppings or whatever. So that's kind of where my drug addiction started from, right there. Like I used to, like, I've been clean almost 16 years now, let's just say that. But that's where it really started. We were living with my aunt. My mom wasn't working. I was rebellious at the time, and I just met the wrong person. It was horrible. And we were friends for, a few years. I started doing harder drugs at that time. So my mom, like, and I was running the streets at 15, like trying to do my own thing. Like I'd just run from friend's house to friend's house, like running, just nothing a 15-year-old should be doing. And so I got to the point where I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore, Mom. Like, what are we going to do? Like, we need to get me like out of this situation. And so things weren't really going good with my aunt because I was skipping school. She was kind of pissed about that. And so my mom decided to move us to Wyoming. This is the greatest thing that ever happened, but it was the biggest culture shock because I was wild. My mom had trouble controlling me. Praise God for her patience and everything. And she wasn't perfect either. Like, she never taught me a lot of, skills because she was mainly just laid up on the couch all the time. And so, and she'd let me do whatever I wanted. Like, basically, she's like, if you're going to do it, because I would do it out there. She's like, I'd rather have you do it with me, smoke pot here, or drink or whatever you're going to do than out there, getting in trouble. But so we moved to Wyoming. I think this is when I was 15 now. So right after all that stuff happened, I was like 15, we moved to Wyoming. Well, this is a good and a bad part because like I moved there was And I didn't know anybody for like 6 months. It sucked because there was no weed out there. I was miserable, so my mom started giving me pain medicine, pain meds, so like oxys or Percocets, because I was being a little punk without my weed. So, anyways, I started getting addicted to pills really bad. So I start skateboarding. I still do my thing. Like, I'm not like taking pills every day or anything, but I like them at this point. And so I break my ankle one day. And like I told you, there's no pot out there. It's Wyoming. And this is 25 years ago. So it was really hard to find pot. And I didn't really want to do pills or drink because that wasn't my thing. I like to smoke weed. And so I broke my ankle. I was walking down, I was skateboarding, broke my ankle. I was walking down the street, and I was walking past this pizza place. And this is how I always meet like the worst influences of my life, is just random. Oh, hi, how are you? Oh, we're friends now. Okay, great. But anyway, I was walking, limping with my broken ankle with my skateboard. And this dude comes out of this pizza shop and he's like, "Hey, bro, are you good? You have any pain pills for that there broken ankle of yours?" And I'm like, "Well, how'd you know my ankle's broken for one?" But anyway, saw me limping, I guess. And I'm like, "No, I don't have no pain pills." He's like, "Well, I'll trade you some pot if you got some pain medicine." I was like, "Oh, dang. All right." Well, so I went to the doctor, got me some pain medicine. That guy ended up being my friend for a long time. But anyway, so fast forward. Okay. So there's these four girls that live in town, the Isabels. And it's a town of 570 people in Wyoming, 570 people. And four of the girls were right around my age. And so I made friends with them. I saw them getting a soda at the vending machine one day. And we started talking and became friends. I liked Brooke, who was the second youngest. She was my age at the time. Liked her. Her older sister, Autumn, was like at some girls' home or something. Some girls' home. This is my ex-wife, Autumn. So I liked her younger sister, Brooke. But I was shy. Like I was still a virgin at that point, still like a little shy teenage boy. And so I didn't really make a move. But they became really good friends, and that's kind of the group that led me into every other group of people that I knew there. But I ended up meeting some bad people, started doing drugs, not in that group, but from the people I met in that group. And then I quit. I was like, I don't want to live that life. And then now I'm 18. Let's fast forward to 18 now. So I've been in a little bit of trouble. Like I got an MIP of alcohol, MIP of tobacco. And so I was on probation for that. Or I had fines. It was fines. It wasn't probation. I think it was like unsupervised probation or so, not even probation. It was like that. And I had to pay fines. So this summer, like Autumn Brooke's older sister, Autumn, I never hooked up with Brooke or got with Brooke or anything, which I'm glad now that I look back. But so Autumn came back into town, and so she came to visit a couple other times before that. And she had like short hair, and I just wasn't like into her or anything. And then she came back one summer after being gone for a while. Her hair was long, like she filled out, like everything was looking, nice. And she was my friend already. So like we started just talking and dating and stuff. And she lived across the state. So I was like, "Hey, just come move in with us. Like, for real, just come move in." I asked my mom, I was like, "Hey, can, Autumn come move in? Like, I want to date this lady, and, that would be dope if she could move in." And so Autumn moved in. And there's no work in Wyoming. I don't have a car. Everywhere is like 10 to 15 miles apart. There's no public transportation, so I can't work. And so my stepdad, the one that I told you about at the beginning, he got nicer over the years. Let's just say that. He isn't the same. And I don't know if it's because he wasn't living with us or whatever, but he wasn't like abusive anymore. He tried to make everything up to me by giving me free weed and Like he felt super bad, and I guess I don't know, but anyway, he tried to make it up. But anyway, and he did. He did a lot of things in my life that kind of like showed that he felt bad for treating us all like shit. And so he offers me a job in Washington. So we're in Wyoming at the time. But I'm like, I got a girlfriend. Like, I don't want to mess up like my first real girlfriend. Like, I'm not just leaving so I can go pay some fines. Like, I'll figure it out. And so Randy, he's like, well, you can come stay at my house for free. I'll put you to work and you can save up money to pay off all your fines. And I was like, well, can Autumn come with me? Like that's the only like thing. Like, this is my girlfriend. I don't want to just leave my girlfriend to go make money. And so he took her off to the side and they talked. And so he let us do that. So we stayed in his RV. And I'm going to get to the story of pain. Guys, this is just a setup. Like, I went through some really, really, a lot of those decisions that I've already said were my fault. We're going to go into when life actually, like, yeah, the abusive stepdad, not my fault. My mom getting hurt at work, not my fault. But like me rebelling, like all that's my fault. But there's a lot of things in this that, like, I take accountability for a lot of the things that I did because, I didn't make the best decisions and I can't just blame it on a hard childhood. Because it didn't really affect me getting older. Like, a lot of people thought that the abuse as a kid affected me, and maybe it did in a subconscious way, but like I'm cool with it. Like, yes, I got overly punished. But it wasn't like crazy, like put you in a cellar, starve you, stuff like that. So like it could be worse. But anyway, so we move out there. He has a girlfriend at the time, and he's still like, you got to be careful around this man. Like, even as an adult, like, and he wasn't abusive now. He would just lose his shit. And so like, I'm working with him. Me and him get along great. Like, it's nice, like working. He's smoking weed with me all the time, unless sometimes he won't do it at lunch because I get kind of stupid and after work. So, but anyway, cool. We were always chilling and always having like an okay time. And so we get a call one day on the way back from work. We paint houses. That's what he owned, his own painting company. So I went out there to work with him. And so on the way back, we get this call from his girlfriend. She's like, oh, there's a dent in your truck. I put a dent in your truck. And like, what? And he's like, no, the dent was there. Like, we're good. She's like, no, you don't understand. Like, I put a dent in your truck. Like, I backed into like a yellow pole or whatever. So this was supposed to be a trip where, let me just tell you, so life doesn't always work out for me, especially with this man. So I was supposed to go there for free, stay at his house for free to earn money to pay my fines for my MIPs I got, from alcohol and tobacco. And so after that call, he goes home and he flips his freaking lid. Like, this is his dead dad's truck. So his dad passed away. He let her drive this truck and she dents the crap out of it. And so he loses his shit. He's like, everybody's out of here. It's just going to be me and the cat. And loses his shit over that. They're not even my fault. Like, I'm with you in the truck, bro. Like, I got the news the same time you did, literally. But now we're getting kicked out now. So I'm like, I'm in Washington. I'm 18 years old. Like, I just came here to pay some fines. I don't know what I'm doing. He comes up to me and he's like, yeah, we're going to have to get you a hotel room for like the month. I don't want nobody here. You and Autumn got to go. He's like, you need to take her to the side and see if you even really want to be with her and blah, blah, blah. And me, 18, like, I don't know what I'm doing in a relationship at that point. So I take her for a walk. And I'm just like, what's our plan? And like, we're going to a hotel. And she took it as I didn't want to be with her anymore. I don't know how those two, because I didn't say, hey, what are you going to do? Like, I'm like, what are we going to do now? Like, do we get a hotel? And I guess the way that was presented made her feel like she wasn't going to be with me. Or like, I didn't want to be with her. And so that created a rift. Like, I didn't even know it. Like, I was just trying to follow some weird advice from some dude. And so we moved to this hotel, right? This was after the 4th of July. So the 4th of July weekend, we would always use condoms, like try to be safe. 4th of July, We were pretty plastered, not gonna lie. We're, doing our thing, kind of broke. We neither of us wanted to stop, of course. So keep that in mind. So anyway, we move into the hotel room, and from that little walk and that conversation that I had with her, now she wants to leave Washington. Like go back to Wyoming. So she's calling her grandpa to come get her now. Like we don't fight. There was no fight. There was no argument. There was no disagreement. And so he comes and he gets her. I'm like, well, whatever, dude. Like that sucks. Didn't want that to happen, but okay. So I have to pay 800 bucks a month for this hotel and pay my fines now instead of living there for free. And so anyway, long story short, on that part, I get the money. I miss her, so I get a call about a month later. I think it was 1 month after she left. And I'm an idiot. Like I was a young, stupid 18-year-old punk is what I was. Like I was a good man, good heart, but in my actions, the way that I didn't consider other people and their feelings, and that's probably one of those things that I should have thought about. Well, how's Autumn going to think about this conversation we're having? Is it going to make her? So I didn't have any of those thoughts of other people's. It was all me, right? Just me. But I get a call a month later. She's like, hey, I'm pregnant, actually, 4th of July. And so me being an idiotic, stupid, retarded 18-year-old punk, I didn't want a kid. My plan was to have a kid when I was 35. Like we used condoms. Like there's no kid that can be made with. And then I remember the 4th of July. We were drunk. And so I was like, well, we can't have a kid. Like we're too young. I said, what do you think about adoption? So I literally nailed so you guys are going to see later why you need to be careful what you say. Those words destroyed my entire life. Right there, bud. Sorry. Okay. Give me a second. So I say that. And she didn't take it very well. She did. And I see, like, of course, selfish punk Jeff back then, right? So I get a call 30 minutes later from my mom. My mom calls me and she's like, what in the ever loving F did you say to Autumn? Like she is freaking out, like losing her shit. And I'm like, I just said like we're not ready for a kid. Maybe put it up for adoption or something. And my mom's like, why would you say that? Like, and I just started thinking and I was like, yeah, that was really stupid. Like, and so then like my dad, so I never told you that part. Sorry. So when my dad found out my mom was pregnant with me, he threw all of her stuff on the ground, on the porch and kicked her out. Never wanted anything to do with her again. Sorry, I missed that part at the beginning. So I didn't want to be like my dad. So yes, I said that because I was a dumb punk and I would just say whatever I thought I should say at the time to make my life as good as possible and have whatever I wanted, right? And so I was like, yeah, that was a horrible thing to say. So I called her back and I was like, yeah, no, like we did this. Let's I'm going to move back to Wyoming. How about you move back to my mom's house with me? Like I got done paying all my fines. Didn't really want to live in a hotel for much longer. And so she moved back up there. Things were great after that. She was pregnant with my kid. I didn't want to have a kid. I wasn't in love with Autumn when we had the kid, or when we conceived the kid. When I moved back to Wyoming, we spent a lot of time together. I was able to open up to her like nobody else in my life. So I started to consider other people for the first time in my life, to think about their feelings and how my actions affected them. And so I became a man worthy of being married. I fell in love with her over the next 9 months or 8 months or however long it was after that, from when I moved back. And things were great, but I was addicted to pills at this time. So there's a lot of things that ruined my marriage. My mom, as I told you, she was on disability, so she had lots of pills, and the doctors would give them to me like they were candy as a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old kid. They would just hand them out like candy. And so I was pretty addicted. Autumn knew that when she got with me. And I just had a feeling, I was like, she's going to start getting pissed about this. So I was taking like oxycodones and all those stupid ones. And I would be nodding out, and she hated me nodding out. Like, and I don't blame her. It is the worst. When I see people nodding out, it's the cringiest thing in the world. And I don't even feel like I'm the same person as I used to be, except my heart, like all the bad things though. But anyway, so we would fight about that. I'm like, well, I got a prescription, blah blah blah, and I knew I needed to quit. So I did. I did my best. So, and I would relapse sometimes, but it took me like 7 days of taking Benadryl to get off. We moved from my mom's house because I didn't want to be around pills. Like it was impossible for me to quit when they were everywhere, right? Like there was pills everywhere, like not just my mom, but the people would come over. It was just a nightmare. And so I needed to get away with that. I have a kid on the way. Like I have a wife now. Like we got married November 15th, 2003. And then my daughter was born the next year. So we got married when she was still pregnant. I fell in love with her. Like to this day, I think that's like I've had maybe love besides that, but like that was the time I actually was in love. Like, and I didn't realize what I had at the time, but that lady loved me like nobody has ever loved me in my entire life since then. And so we moved to Wheatland. We both get a job at Pizza Hut. She's pregnant right now, mind you. Like, and we both get hired we both interview at the same time. The managers were really cool. Matt, and he had a wife and kid too, and so he like just wanted to help us out. So we are working at pizza. Actually, this is a good place to take a little intermission and talk about what's going on. But so there's a few things, and this is gonna get to the point. Like at the end of this, like I'm asking if you guys. I'm not begging. I'm not. I know everybody's struggling right now. I know it's a hard time in the world. I wanted to get to the job thing at the end, but let me just say a little bit about this. I lost my job. Let me just clarify this. There's a big story to it. So actually, I'm going to wait on that because you need to know the whole story because it sounds like I am the reason that it happened, but I'll tell you why there's a big thing that happened. But I'm trying to raise funds right now. Like I have most of the things covered, like my rent, my car payment, but then there's nothing left after that because I'm looking for a job. Now, T-Mobile call center, like I'm going to be right back. I'm going to show you guys a few things. Just let me be right back. Okay. So I'm just going to tell you the work story now. So I worked at this place. I'm not going to say the name. But I went in as a prodigy. So I found out that I'm the best debt collector that there ever was. Before I got there, the highest collected in a month was $60,000. So I get promoted to team lead protege right away, teaching other people because my QA, everything was on point. I had the highest stats in the entire place, but this was my highest month. 87,000 top collections. So, and then highest cap collections again, but 87 was the highest bar ever set. 78,000. What is this? Another MVP. Oh, what is this? Another MVP. Another MVP. Like these are all different months that I'm MVP. Perfect attendance, like highest cap collections again every single month. So anyway, I was a prodigy. I was the best thing that place had ever seen. I got 87,000 when their highest was 60,000 before that. I raised it by almost a third. And so I was on track to becoming like a supervisor. Like I was killing that job. I was the best that place had ever seen. And so other people were starting to get jealous because they wanted to move up. And I just got there and I started moving up. So office politics came into place. But the supervisors liked me, which was good because I made them money. Like if I make money, they make money. So anyways, fast forward, they get this new trainer who's supposed to train the classes. And I'm helping train, right? Like because I'm the freaking GOAT. And so they have me helping train newbies. Like I want them to be good. And this lady, Nicole, started like the trainer didn't want me to teach people because she was team lead trainer and she wants to move to supervisor. And me doing everything that I'm doing, and I'm starting to lead team meetings every week, like teaching people the art of the trade. And so I'm the freaking GOAT. And the lady, okay, so I'm starting to get gaslighted by one of the supervisors who's friends with her, the lady supervisor. And so they take us all into the office, all the team leads, the proteges. They take us into the office and they tell us, well, everybody needs to be on the phones because we could be off the phones in the chat checking other people's work as a protege, right? That's what we do. And I'm still on the phones most of the days. And so they take us in, and then I'm the only one who is on the phone, and everybody else that was in the meeting got to be in the chat and off the phones. So they're using me because I'm a cash cow. They don't want me off the phones because I make so much freaking money for this company. Now I can't move up. Okay, so they start gaslighting me now because they want me upgrade. Their client wants me on the phones. So any opportunity to move up is now I'm seeing, and they're not telling me. They're like, oh, everybody needs to be on the phones, and then I'm the only one. So gaslight me without me noticing. Okay, strange. Anyway, so one day Leanne, one of the other team leads, she really wants me to succeed. And like some of them are really on my side. And she's like, Jeff, you need to be in the chat today. And she went and talked to the supervisor and got me in the chat because I'm friends with, and that's where I met some of my best friends in the world at that place. Calissa is one of the best people I've ever met in my life. Love that young lady. I'm so thankful for that place, even though all this happened. So anyway, they start gaslighting me like that. And then one day after work, I need to do some overtime. And one of the other team leads, Dawn, proteges, she's like, hey, Jeff, you can be in the chat because it's overtime. Like you're past your hours. You can be in the chat. And so, and these are the other proteges that were in the meeting with me. So they all know like something isn't right. And they're trying to get me in the chat. And like, why are they doing this to Jeff? And so I got in the chat. And fine, it was fine. And then so the next week I do the same thing. Well, Nicole, the trainer, it's after hours. I'm checking somebody's work and she clicks, I clicked on it and I was doing the thing and then she just takes over and I'm like, why did you do that? And she's like, you're not supposed to be in the chat. You're supposed to be on the phones, blah, 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 and starts like yelling at me. And I'm like, well, I got permission from Shannon. So I call Shannon and Shannon's like, yeah, you're not supposed to be in the chat, blah, blah, blah. We had a meeting to talk about this. And I'm like, yeah, but then you told me I could be in the chat after hours. Like, what is going on here? And so yeah, anyways, that starts the thing. And then I get kidney stones. So perfect attendance, as you saw, I have like 50 perfect attendances. And then I get sick. I'm in the hospital with kidney stones, right? And oh no, so let me go before that. So that meeting I was supposed to lead to help everybody get their collections, because of her in the chat and her yelling at me and me having to talk to Shannon, now I don't get to lead the meeting. And that's what supervisors do above team leads. So she thought I was going above her to take her supervisor position that she wanted. So now they're coming for me, dude. Like they don't want me to succeed because it costs them or whatever. And so I don't get to lead the team meeting. And now I'm getting sick. Now I'm getting kidney stones. So I'm in the hospital. I sent them a doctor's note. They approved my time off. Let me just tell you what they did to me. They approved my time off for my kidney stones. And then the next month, so if you miss unapproved more than 8 hours in one shift, you don't get your bonus. Or more than one shift. If you miss 8 hours, more than that, like 8 hours and 1 minute, you don't get your bonus unless it's approved. Unless it's approved. Okay. So what I did is I sent them the note. They approved it. I got paid for it, for, the PTO part. And then, so the next month we're having issues now because, I'm not in the chat. They're gaslighting me. They're messing with me pretty bad. So I'm just irritated. I'm mad. I don't like the job anymore. I feel like they did me very wrong and very dirty. And so, but I'm like, fine, whatever, like they can try to gaslight me. I'll just make my bonuses, because honestly, as a team lead, you don't even make as much as you do on the floor with your bonuses. So as long as I get my bonus, I'm fine. Like, you guys mess with my money, then we might have some issues. So we get to the day of my bonus, and then I find out I don't get it. And I'm like, okay, well, this must be a mistake. It was approved. Like, we're good to go. And I go up and talk to them, and they're like, no, it was approved, but you don't get your bonus. And I'm like, well, how does that work then? If you approved it, they're like, we approved it for the time off, but we didn't approve it for the bonus. And I'm like, what? How can you approve time off? It needs to be approved to get your bonus, but you can approve it as time off, but not for the bonus? Let me know what you guys think in the chat. But then I just started like not caring at that point. And I guess I cussed on the floor, they said, is why I got fired. But I wanted to get fired. I've never been fired from a job in my life. But when you treat me so horribly, you gaslight me. I'm the best thing that place has ever seen, but you don't want me to move up. And so it went from 40 people when I started there. It's down to 16. Kalissa's leaving, or Leia's leaving, which is the team lead. Kalissa taught me everything I know. Everyone else in that place doesn't know shit from a hole in the ground. But Kalissa, I never once told me one wrong thing there. Everyone else led me wrong, and then I get in trouble. So I'd only listen to Kalissa. But there's 16 people left. Kalissa's leaving, Leia's leaving. Who else is? And that's the team lead and the adherence lady, the two top people. So they're going to have Nicole left. The other trainer quit because they wanted him to train 2 projects but not pay him more. So this is a sinking ship. And I have an interview with T-Mobile. They pay $20 an hour plus bonuses, which I was making $18 an hour from bonuses. But I'm struggling right now. Like, I have a lot of things coming up, and this is a transition period, guys. Like, I wanted to give you my story of who I am, because it might seem like, oh, he just lost his job. He's not, a stable person. That's not true. Like, I fought for that. I fought for my position. I fought to keep my job while I was being respected. And even when I was being disrespected and gaslit, I fought for my job, and because I wanted to work with Kalissa. Like, honestly, I probably wouldn't have been there months before that if it wasn't for Kalissa. We'd go to lunch together every day. We'd go on breaks together. She'd listen to me when I'm struggling. You're going to see why. Like, you saw a little bit of my pain earlier when I was talking about adoption, and you're going to see why. So let's get back to that. Anyway, I'm trying to raise some funds. There is an ICP address in there. I do have someone who is going to help me too. We're just trying to get through like the next month or two so I can get this job at T-Mobile or Vita Brevis Fine Art as an appointment setter. So we got a lot of good prospects, and my resume is impeccable, especially now with all these awards. Guys, you don't understand. Like, the gravity of like how good I was. Not everybody gets those every month. It's rewards and recognition. The top 3 get it every month. That's it. And I was top every month. But I'm struggling now a little bit, and I need to be better with money. That is my next, like, I've made every single part of my life better. I need to start watching how I spend. So what we're doing is we're prepping meals. Me and Calissa are doing meal prep. We're doing chicken and rice, stir fry, spaghetti, and we're just freezing everything. It's time to crack down and like start being more financially responsible. And so that's where my mind and my head is at right now. I spent a lot of money on Claude Code building stuff. But anyway, back to the story. We're in Wheatland. Okay, we're married at this time. Our daughter is not born yet. We're both working at Pizza Hut. Okay, things are going really well. We move out of her because we moved to Wheatland to move into her grandpa's house. Within a month and a half, we get our own apartment because we're working at Pizza Hut. It was only like $400 a month for our apartment back then. I remember it was a crazy low amount, like $400 a month. And so things are going good. But before that, when we were at my mom's house, we fought a lot. So Autumn would go outside when we would fight sometimes in the freezing cold. It's Wyoming in the middle of winter, and she's pregnant. And she would do it to get away from me or whatever when we were fighting over pills, always over pills. And so I was like, well, let me be outside. So anyway, there was a lot of stress put on Autumn during her pregnancy. And I regret, like, I wish I would have been, more mature at that age and be ready, because it's everything I ever wanted. And I didn't even know it. And so things are going good, except the pregnancy, our daughter's starting to get growth restricted in the belly. Like, she's a super skinny girl. The stress made it hard for the pregnancy, right? And so she got a stress test, and then 5 weeks early, at 35 weeks, we had to take an ambulance from Wheatland, Wyoming, to Denver, Colorado, because my daughter was growth restricted. They needed to get her to it was St. Luke's Presbyterian Hospital in Denver. And so we got there. They told her the baby's growth restricted. We want to induce labor. We want to get this baby out because she'll probably grow better outside of the womb at this point. And so at 35 weeks, and I'm freaking out now because like reality's setting in, like the ambulance ride like started to put things into focus, and I started to get a little bit scared and a little bit worried, but so we get there, they induce labor, everything goes fine. So our daughter's 5 weeks premature, baby came out fine, but she can't hold her temperature. So they put her in an incubator, and we go back to Wheatland. Well, she wanted to do drugs now that she's not pregnant. So we get high. And then she's telling me I'm a drug addict because I'm getting high, when I was getting high just with her, because anyways, it was a weird situation. She had postpartum depression. Things started going downhill from there. She invited this dude over that we all knew like from the past and stuff, but he was like, he'd always be trying to have sex with everybody. And he was there when I was gone. It was super weird, but his sister was there too, so I wasn't too worried about it. But things just started getting bad. We separated at that point. And we were trying to make it work. And then I found out, my homie's like, hey, bro, I'm sorry because my other friend's wife cheated on him. And the funny thing is, I'll tell you, this is a crazy story. But anyway, remember that lady that I'm talking about. But her name is Melissa. And she got cheated on by Dave. And so Tonjus, this other dude, he's saying sorry to her. And then he looks at me and he's like, I'm sorry to you too, bro. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, you're sorry to me? He's like, yeah, like your wife had sex with this Matt dude, like in the bathroom at this one place over here, blah, blah, blah. And at that moment, because before that, me and my ex were fighting and talking. I was like, if you want a divorce, like if you want to be with someone else, I will divorce you. If not, I'm not divorcing you. Like, I will not divorce you. Like, we're going to make this work. You know, I didn't marry you because I thought it was disposable. Like, this is something I decided. I didn't want it, then I did. Now I'm going to fight for it. But if you want to be with someone else, like in your heart, if you plan and you want, and you have the desire to be with somebody else, I will divorce you. And she's like, I don't need anybody else, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah. And then found out she cheated on me. I'm like, I gave you a way out before you cheated on me. I literally gave you the option to not destroy me. Like, you're my wife and you cheated on me. I gave you an out. So I lose it. I lose my shit. I didn't want love. I didn't want a kid. I didn't want a wife. I was, at this time, 19 now. I didn't want none of that until I had it. And then that's all I wanted. Not when I lost it, while I still had it. I wanted it. So I came to one of the darkest points that I've ever been in my life. I had a gun to my head. I was living with this big fat dude. He would talk like this. And like, he had no electricity. And he wasn't there one day. And it was a super dark place because there was no electricity. And I was out of control at that time, losing my shit. And so I stole a gun, I think, or found a gun, or I don't know how I ended up with a gun somehow. And I wanted to kill myself. Like, I didn't think of, oh, I'm leaving a daughter, like, people are going to feel bad. I didn't care to think about anything else. And it's the only time in my life I've ever been suicidal. And we've dealt with issues since then that are very similar. So definitely the first cut's the deepest. The first heartbreak is the deepest, especially when you love someone that much. And I opened up my soul to that lady. I told her things that I have never told anybody in my entire life. And same with her. But yeah, so at this point in time, an angel appears in the other room, or a light, or I'm gonna kill myself, mind you. Like, I'm done. Life beat me up too bad. Like, it's over. Like, I lost everything that I ever loved, that I never wanted, that I wanted once I had it. It's really weird how I didn't want a wife, didn't want a kid until I had it. And so an angel or a light appeared in the other room, and it scared me. Scared the crap out of me. And I have a gun to my head at this point in time. But a light in the other room scares me because there's no light. And it was, I don't know why. I wasn't scared of the gun or dying, but I was scared of a light in the other room. And I still, to this day, I went in there was nothing in there. And it was like almost at the moment that I don't know if I was going to give up. So anyways, after this, after she cheated on me, like, I moved out of Wyoming at that point because we were living in that town where her grandpa was. I never knew anybody there, but I met a lot of friends and, had places to stay, not always the best. But yeah, so I moved back to Washington. I'm 20 now. I moved back to Washington with my mom because she moved from Wyoming to Washington at this point, from Byron, the town of 500 people, back to Washington. And so I move in there. I meet, I'm skipping a part. So Melissa and Dave. So this is one of the friends, mutual friends. I was over there. This is after Autumn cheated on me. We were getting divorced, and I had it in my mind that I wasn't sleeping with anybody until the divorce was final. Like, that's, because marriage meant something to me. It meant, like, I committed to being with you forever. Like, I'm not breaking that vow just because you did. Like, I married you because I didn't want my daughter to grow up without a father. Like, I'm not going to have sex with somebody while I'm still married to you. I just can't do it. I know you did it first. So anyway, I'm at Dave and Melissa's house. Melissa's out of town. And this is when Dave cheated on her with, what was her, Tiffany something. And so anyway, I'm there. I don't even know. Like, I just thought they were like smoking dope in the back room or something. But Dave comes out. I'm in the living room, like, watching TV because I kick it there. Melissa and Dave are my friends and stuff. And he comes out and he's like, hey, Tiffany wants to know if you want to come in there and have a threesome with us. And I'm like, what? For one, you're married. Like, that was the first thought. I don't even know if I don't think I said that. I'm like, for one, you're married. But I was just like, no, I'm not interested. Like, I'm still married and I wouldn't have a threesome with a dude and a chick anyway. But it was super weird. And then, so Tonjus was able to tell Melissa before me. But then that's when Tonjus told me that my wife cheated on me too. But then this other chick, Melissa, like I must have been just a hot commodity back then, because this chick, Melissa, I always thought she was kind of cute too, but I'm married, so I don't give a fuck. And she pulls up, I'm with a bunch of my friends in their car, and she pulls up like to my window in the back, and she's like, hey, you want to jump in and like hang out and go to my place? And I'm just like, well, I'm still married. And I don't know why when you're married, like, women want you so bad. But that's definitely a real thing. And so I didn't do that. Anyways, so now I'm moving back to Washington. Okay, we're divorced at this time, finally. Now we're divorced. So I moved back to Washington. My mom's friends with this lady named Laura. She's a young lady, has a kid right around my kid's age. She's younger than me by like 2 years or something. But we start hanging out, dating. She had me sneak on her roof to get into her window and almost fell and died. Didn't though. But then, so anyways, getting off track here. So we date for a little while. I'm like, oh, cool. Like a girl with a kid, and, I have a kid, and, like, we're both kind of young and don't really know what we're doing. And so we date for a little while. She breaks up with me. For whatever reason, she's just like, I don't want to date. I don't, we can be friends, blah, blah, blah. Okay, whatever. Like, I'm whatever. And so I'm talking to my ex-wife again on the phone, and we're talking and trying to work things out. You know what I mean? And we get to the point where she's going to come back out. This is after she cheated on me, by the way. I love that chick so much. And I never thought that I would take a chick back that cheated on me. But I loved her so much, and I loved my daughter so much that I looked past it, even though it destroyed me, even though I could never trust her after that. I took her back. So the day she comes, like, she takes the bus, we go pick her up at the bus stop with my daughter. And then we get there, we need a playpen. And like somewhere for our daughter to go till we can, get a new one. Right. And so Laura, I don't know why I thought this was a good idea. So I had Laura come over and bring her bassinet over there, her playpen or whatever it was at the time. And Laura comes in, and I don't think Autumn knew that I was with her in that time from when we got divorced to when we reconciled. At this point, I do tell her eventually, because like I have a conscience that doesn't leave me alone. But so Laura comes over. Autumn jumps in the shower for some reason when Laura's there. Laura takes me into the bedroom. She's like, actually, I changed my mind. I want to be with you. And like, I decided I want to have a relationship with you. And I'm like, well, you think that just because my ex-wife is here and like my ex-wife wants me, like now I'm desirable? Like now you want a relationship with me now that my ex-wife is here again? Like that was weird. And I was like, no, like she tried to kiss me in the bedroom when my wife was in the shower. I kind of pushed her away and I was like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. And I'm glad, Laura was awesome. She was super hot, super nice. But she was so much more immature than Autumn in the things that she did. And she did shit on a whim. So on my birthday, Laura calls because we're friends, right? Like me and Laura are friends. And Autumn flips out because I think I told her, I was like, yeah, I was with Laura when, after we got divorced before you came here. There was a, because like I have I don't know if I should have told her that, but like that's me. I don't cheat. I've never cheated on a woman in my life. If I want to be with you, I'm going to be with you. If I don't, I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to go be with someone else. Like, that's the way that I am. And if I marry you, it's for life. Like, I don't play games with people's feelings or emotions so I feel better. Like, that's especially something as an adult that, I think of other people now. So anyway, there's this other kid who had sex with Laura before I did, and this other young man, and he's a little horn dog, right? And I thought I was bad when I was young, but this kid just be trying to get laid all the time. But he comes over, it's on my birthday. I don't want to go to work on my birthday. I wanted to just kick it, but I went to work anyway because I needed the money. And he comes over, I guess, and tries to fuck Autumn. Like, tries to have sex with my ex-wife while I'm with her. I guess he sat on her lap and like put his arm around her and like just was trying to do creepo stuff. And she didn't tell me about it though. One of my friends told me about what happened. And I'm like, why wouldn't she tell me that happened? Like, so it made me think that maybe like they were cheating, or you know what I mean? Now my paranoia is kicking in because she already cheated on me once, and now I don't have any friends like to tell me. Well, this other kid did tell me, but he said, oh, he sat on her lap, blah, blah, blah. And then she lied and told me that she already told me about it. And she got my mom in on the lie. And I don't know how they both were telling me that they already told me that happened and they didn't. So that was the rip that I just started to not trust her again, and things went downhill, and then she left for good after that. So then we're done. That's the last time ever. So let me tell you what happened. That was the setup for the crap. The most, like, yes, the cheating on was horrible. That almost killed me, like literally. And so after this, Autumn moves back to Wyoming with her grandpa. And my mom moves back to Wyoming for some reason in a different place because she moved around so freaking, we moved around so much, but I'm an adult now, so I don't have to go. But so I moved to Oregon. Like, actually, I'm selling magazines. That's the first thing I did. I went to sell magazines door to door after I'm not married anymore. I traveled to 38 different states. I was the top magazine salesman. It's actually printed in a pamphlet, the Pacific Coast Clearing Services pamphlet, one of the top collectors in the world. Not top like this one, but I was like number 3 or something. But I was young. But anyway, so I did that for a while, and then I moved to Oregon. Okay, so I would talk to Autumn every week so that I could talk to my baby, talk to my child. You know what I mean? And we had it set up so where I had summer visitation. I get her for the whole summer. I get her holidays so that we had a shared custody. And I moved to Oregon. It was with my mom's foster mom. My mom moved in with her when she was young. And she put me up in her place for a little while I got a job. It was 7 miles out of town. I used to ride my bike 7 miles to work every day and then 7 miles home. I was young, man. I miss being young. But yeah, I would ride my bicycle to work every day. Or she'd drive me some days, like in the mornings, or I'd have a friend give a ride. But most of the time I was riding the bike. So anyway, it's almost summertime. It's like May. Like, and I get June through August, right, or whatever. And we're talking every single Friday for months. And then it gets close to my time to take my daughter. Well, she doesn't answer one Friday, like end of May. No answer, nobody there. Like, okay, that's weird. That never happens. And so this happens for a month of Fridays. No contact. I'm trying to get a hold of her. Nobody knows where she's at, blah, blah, blah. Well, she caught a CPS case. I'm in Oregon, mind you, right? Getting ready to get my daughter for summer visitation. I'm in Oregon with Cricket, with the church lady, nice lady, great place to bring the kid for the summer. Wonderful lady, raised 4 kids of her own, 3 kids of her own. And then she finally either calls me or I get a hold of her. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. And she's like, forgive me, Jeff. I got our daughter taken away. And I'm like, what? What? What do you mean daughter taken away? Like, what? And so what happened, she got caught with meth with the new dude she was with, had a bunch of meth under the seat with our daughter in the back seat. I don't know if it was his or hers or who, whatever it was. So they don't take our daughter at that point. At that point, I think her brother came and got my daughter because I'm in Oregon. They don't even tell me this is happening. I don't even know this is going on when it's happening. And so they give her our daughter back at that point. Then I guess it's a different dude or the same dude. I don't know. But they went to like a dance, brought our daughter with, got drunk. On the way back, they ended up at a gas station where they were fighting with each other, like physically fighting. And then the cops came and the dude was sitting on the curb and he said something she didn't like and she ran up and kicked him in the face in front of the cops with our daughter there being drunk. So our daughter gets taken by the state at that point. They don't call me. They don't look for me. They don't care to find out because it's Wyoming. They want to steal people's children, which is a pain that I had to get over a lot. So anyway, I don't hear nothing. They put an ad. So this is how they do you back. Sorry, I don't know what just happened there. This is how they do you back in the day. Back in, I was 21. So this was 21 years ago that this happened. So that was 2005. So they put an ad in the Wyoming paper for my rights. I am the father. I was married to the mother on the birth certificate at the hospital when the kid's born. They don't contact me, nothing. They put an ad in the Wyoming paper for 30 days telling me to come claim my child. I'm in Oregon. I read the Wyoming paper. So after 30 days, they vacated my parental rights because I didn't respond to the ad in the paper. That's a place of pain for me. I had family that would have taken my daughter, my mom, my grandmother, my brother, Cricket, like anyone. So they stole our child. I didn't even know until after, like, I don't know if she waited for the ad to be over to talk to me, or I never thought my ex-wife would try to take my child. That's one thing. She knew how much I loved that kid and how well I treated that child. And I never thought she would. And I don't think that she maliciously did anything, like knowing Autumn, knowing how much she knew I loved that kid. I don't think she did it. But adoption, right? Remember why I started crying when I said adoption earlier. So I'm in contact with DFS, Department of Family Services in Wyoming, trying to understand what's going on. And they're telling me, well, you need to jump through this hoop. And I'm like, fine, whatever we got to do. So by that time, they were having me jump, and it was just a stalling tactic is what it was. And I'm thankful for the story with my daughter ends up good for her, which is all I care about. Like, life of pain and suffering for me, but my daughter is never going to know pain and suffering like I did. So win right there. So I try to get her back. I'm fighting from Oregon, from wherever I'm at. And by the time I go back to Wyoming to try to because they were just gaslighting me. Dude, they were gaslighting me, trying to waste time. They wouldn't get me in contact with the foster family. They kept saying, oh, they're on vacation. They'll call you when they're back, blah, blah, blah. And they kept gaslighting me over and over and over and over and over again. And this was a couple that couldn't have kids anymore, right? And this was a couple that was a big part of the community and well known in the community. And everybody felt bad because they couldn't have kids anymore. And so they really wanted them to have a kid. Unfortunately, it was my kid, right, that they wanted them to have. And so when I went back there, the day I went there was the day that her adoption hearing was. So before I was able to do anything, they vacated my parental rights. So I had no ground to stand on to fight because of the ad in the paper for 30 days. Like you can't get evicted in less than 30 days, but you can steal my child in 30 days? In 30 days. That's what happened to me. If you want to know why my life is so rough, you got to know my past. So, anyway, let's talk about redemption a little bit, and then we'll get to more pain. Okay. So time goes by. I'm trying to get a hold of this family still. Like, I don't care. You adopt. I still want to be. I love that child. I love my daughter more than anything in the world. So I'm doing whatever it takes. At that point, nothing worked. So I went off the deep end. My daughter was adopted. We'll get to the redemption. Sorry, there's more pain first. So my daughter was adopted, and I lost my shit. I couldn't shoot myself. As you knew, I tried to, do some stupid stuff in life before. Couldn't do it. Thought I was weak, whatever, got scared by the angel. I don't know what, but in my mind, I was like, I'm so weak, I can't even do that right. You know what I mean? Can't even get that right. And so I started doing a lot of drugs. I quit drugs so I could have a family. Let's start doing drugs again. Lots of them. Everyone I can get. Let's kill ourselves with drugs. And that didn't work either. All it did is lead me down a life of being a crappy person. It led me to places, got me in trouble, but I was able to run from my pain. That it isn't that I wanted to do drugs and get high. It's that I wanted to escape my reality. That I didn't understand how that could happen because I've seen custody battles before. I've seen the way that the state works. They can't just steal your child like that. It doesn't work that way. But for me, it does. For me, they're able to do those things. And I was poor. I didn't have no money for a lawyer. I'm 21 years old at this time, like a young punk still. Didn't have no options or no way. And her grandpa had all this money for lawyers, and they couldn't even get the kid. So anyway, I go down a dark path. I start using drugs till I almost die. My potassium level was so low that my body locked up, my muscles locked up, my feet got stuck like that. I couldn't talk because my tongue muscle got cramped up. It was horrible. And at that moment, I had a vision. Like, I've always been a Christian. I was a Christian starting at 4 years old. I believed in Christ. I didn't follow him. I backslid most of my life. When I got married, after my wife cheated on me and we moved back to Washington, we started going to church there because I wanted my family to work. And I knew the only way to do that was through God. And I was still young, and we didn't have support from the church. And things fell apart after that, because I wasn't serious about it. But anyway, so at this point in time, my body is so depleted of all of its nutrients, and I'd been running for so long that I ended up in the hospital. And at that day is the day that changed everything in my life. So I almost died. I had a vision. I don't think it was a dream, but I felt it was like I was awake, though. So that's why I think it was a vision, but I was dying, or like I didn't die, but I was so sick that I was close to death. And I don't know if it was a vision or a dream or a combination of a vision dream or whatever it was, but I was on this table. And on this table was the judgment table. I was literally laying there. There was people standing around the table, just like in a doctor's office, whatever. And they started saying the names of all of my sins in like an ancient language. And I could feel the weight of each sin. It wasn't, because I've never had a dream or a vision where it felt like I was alive and present and feeling and being there, every part of you, like physically, mentally, spiritually, emotionally present at that point. Like, and you aren't that in your dreams. You're not aware that much in your dreams. And so it was very hyper realistic. And there was people standing around each sin, and I could feel the weight. So hell, like I was on my way to hell. I was being judged. Jesus didn't cleanse me from unrighteousness. He didn't forgive my sins. And so I'm laying on this table, and each one of my sins is said to me in an ancient language. And somehow I know what this means, but I can't hear it. Like I know what's happening, but I don't understand it. It was the weirdest thing. So anyway, right before I was getting ready to get sent to hell, Jesus Christ himself stepped in and said, stop. No, you get one more chance. And then I woke up immediately the next day in the hospital. So I don't know if it was a vision and I was actually on the table in the hospital and they were around me and I was just having a vision of me going to hell, because I was a Christian, but I was doing drugs. I was out there living for myself. And I was on my way to hell because of it. And maybe that's why the angel appeared when I was going to, those things. And so it scared me, like to my foundation. Like, yes, I'd experienced pain and loss and grief before. This was a different kind of pain, though. This was an existential pain. Like, I can't explain it really, but I knew that I didn't want to be in hell. I knew that place, wherever I was going, you don't want to go there. Like the feeling, yeah, you're probably going to have physical torture, but imagine being cheated on every day of your life and you having to sit there. Imagine your daughter being taken every day of your life. Imagine the worst things that could ever happen to you always happening nonstop. Like that's what hell is. It isn't just a place where you burn. It's eternal separation from God. So all of the bad things are there. Every single bad thing is where God is not, right? And you can feel it. You can tell. Like, so anyways, that changed my whole life. Scared me straight. Like, you know how the kids get sent to jail, scared straight? That's what happened, except it was hell. And I don't want anything to do with that place. So I go to the homeless shelter now, like, because I was running and gunning. I was staying with friends, doing my thing. Now I went to because I left the hospital, and like I'm like still potassium deficient. Like had this scary thing that happened to me. I just wanted to go hide in a corner somewhere. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like I was scared of life. I was scared. Like I felt like I was on my way to hell, and that was the scariest thing that I'd ever experienced in my life. And so I went and got clean. Never used a drug again since that day. I've smoked weed and drank. But that isn't, I don't think that's, the thing. I was out there doing whatever I could to get, pills and opiates and whatever I could get, because I didn't want to deal with life. I didn't want to live in that pain. But then I realized there's a pain outside of life. There's a pain after life. That there could be worse pain out there than what I've already felt, or having that pain just keep living. So anyway, that changed me, changed my soul, changed everything. So I decided I was going to make my life better. Well, God decided that. So I went to the homeless shelter for a little while, got a caseworker, got into transitional housing, which is a step above homeless shelter. Went to therapy, started dealing with my problems at that point. Got on some antidepressants. Got on methadone. I was on methadone for a while at that point because I didn't want to. So I can't say I never used another drug again. I did use methadone to stay clean for a while. But then, let's see. At that point, transitional housing was cool. Methadone clinic. So losing my wife was the hardest thing until I lost my daughter. And the way that it happened, that my kid was just taken from me. Like if I was a piece of shit and I was neglectful or abusive or like a fucking piece of garbage, like take my kid from me. You know what I mean? But anyway, so I'm on the methadone clinic, and it's been long enough since everything happened. I've been clean long enough that I'm starting to date again. Like I want to get back out there, and I was probably out there just screwing chicks before that, but I wanted to start dating, like actually dating. And so I met this chick Amanda, cool chick, little hood rat, but nice little chick. Um, we hung out for a while, dated. She died from COVID. She had a cytokine storm, which is when your body attacks itself. She was 35 years old at the time when she died. She's like 2 years younger than me. Or wait, yeah, 2 years younger than me. But she died. So she died at, yeah. Anyway, I don't know exactly the timeline, but so that happened. I'm like, great, I start dating again, and then the chick I date dies. Wonderful. I got the best of luck. And so dated this chick Darian for a little while, or well, just kind of screwed around with her. She had a baby like 9 months later, but she did have a boyfriend, and I wasn't being a very good dude at that time, having sex with someone's girlfriend, but she was wild. But anyway, I wanted to, get my stuff right and have a real relationship, quit messing with these, hood rat chicks. And so I was with I would go to the methadone clinic. Sometimes I would take my friend Tracy, her and her son Ashton. And I would take her sometimes. She'd give me gas money. She was a good friend of mine, always, supported me, and I supported her. And well, one day she calls me and she's like, "Hey, can my friend come with us?" And this is the second most important part of this story, because I feel a lot like Job. If you guys know the Bible, you'll understand Job. But essentially, I'm like, no, I don't want to give your friend a ride to the clinic, like at all. Like I'm not doing that. And then I don't know why something came over me, and I just felt bad, and I was like, well, fine. You can. And I didn't even see this chick yet, so I didn't even know she was super hot. I was just like, no, no. And then I called her back. I was like, fine, you can tell your friend to come. Like, I'll do it, like, reluctantly. And so I go and I pick him up, and I'm like, God damn, she is gorgeous. Oh my God, dude. Like, what? And so we give a ride, and we just start clicking. And this is the crazy part. So my daughter was taken when she was 1 year old, 1.5. Here comes Shyla, this lady with a daughter that's like 1.5. If you know the story of Job, you know the story of redemption. So I was like, oh, God is like legit. I almost said no to this. Like, I almost said no. So I let Shyla and then come. We start getting along really well. She has me watch her kid while like they run in and do their stuff, and I start like bonding with this kid a little bit. Same age as my daughter, and like I think they did it. They knew my story, and I don't know if that's why Tracy did that. Like people, and I love people, man. Some people are just they know my pain and they care and they like because they know it's bullshit. Like everything that happened to me is fucking bullshit, dude. And so, anyways, they let me spend time with this little girl when they go inside, and we bond, and I start to like Shiloh a lot. And so one day when they're in the clinic, I go to the store real quick. I don't think she had her daughter with her that day, or the daughter was in daycare. One of those. The daughter wasn't in the car that day, though, for some reason. I don't remember why. But I went to Safeway, and I was like, I'm going to buy her like a dozen roses. Like, I like this chick, man. She's like super cool and nice and pretty, and like she has a cool daughter, and she was just the chillest person I've ever met. Like, I love that chick. And she wasn't as chaotic as my ex-wife, but I've never had a love like my ex-wife. So, but anyway, so I buy the flowers and I go back and I surprise her when she comes out with the flowers, a dozen long stem red roses. And she kisses me right away. Like, I wasn't expecting that. Like, I had just got flowers because I was interested and wanted you to know. And then, like, she just grabs me and kisses me. Like, oh, shit. Like, this is dope. And so I'm like, God is redeeming me right now, because at that point, so I'd been in the church, met this church in like 2013, which was 13 years ago. Started going there, became really involved in the church. They would put me to work because that's back when I was like on Social Security disability, or I don't even know if I think I was just on GAU at the time, which is like $300. And then the church would put me to work and let me do odd jobs for them, became really close with the church. So my daughter's 12. So let's get to my daughter's part, and then we'll go back to the Shiloh thing because it all ties in together. So my daughter at 12, I'm finally, so from the time she was adopted at 2 until 12, I'm trying to get a hold. Well, when I'm not running the streets, I tried to get a hold for the first part. Then I ran the streets because nothing worked and it just made me feel worse. And then so got clean, all that stuff. And then when my daughter's about 12, then I finally find her adopted parents on Facebook. I finally get to talk to the adopted parents. And they want to get to know me a little bit. You know, they're sending me pictures. They kind of vet me. They ask for my timeline. They don't let me in my daughter's life, of course, at first. And they were like, I deal with that in my own way. They made me get to know them and talk to them for like 3 years, I believe, before I was able to talk to my daughter. For 3 years, they did that to me. To make sure that I wasn't like back to my old ways or whatever, which keep my daughter safe. Like, thank you. They're Christians too, not Mormon, which is 90% of Wyoming. Like, they're Mormon, but these are Christian family. And like, I had a grudge against them, but they held my daughter's future and everything in the hands. So that overrode any grudge that I had against them. Right. That grudge doesn't matter compared to my daughter. Like, yes, I got screwed. And so my story is a story of pain. I was so angry about how my daughter got taken from me, and it festered in me and it boiled. And I was so mad, righteous anger, right? And I thought I was righteous about it, and I had every reason to be pissed off, and I had every reason to be mad. And this lady at the church, still remember that lady. But she's like, and I told her the story and I told her everything. And she's like, yeah, that's horrible. That's really, really horrible. I'm like, yeah, and I'm pissed. Like, I'm not mad at the family. I'm pissed at the system. I'm pissed at I'm just mad. And she's like, do you really want to stay angry about it though? And she just, I don't know exactly I can't tell you exactly what she said to me. But it helped me let go of that anger. I didn't want to be angry about it anymore. It's unfair. It sucks. It was the hardest thing that ever happened to me. But anger gets you nowhere. It's not going to change anything. It's going to be my anger. It's going to be inside of me. It isn't going to do anything for anybody else. So I got rid of that anger over the situation, over something I had no control over. Okay. So anyway, so I work my ass off to get back in my daughter's life. Like, I'm going to church. I'm like, you guys contact the church. They can vouch for who I am. They see me like every day. Like, this is who I am. Like, I know you've probably been told some crazy stories about how I was when I was younger and I was wild. I know. And so, like, I just built a relationship with the adopted family, would contact them as much as possible. And then finally, when she was 15, they started opening the door for conversation with me and my daughter. And it was wonderful. It was like all the pain that I had been feeling for years and years and years and years. I didn't have to get rid of the drugs anymore. So we started FaceTiming, and I could. I don't even think they'd let me send her birthday presents at this point or anything. They wouldn't let me send her anything, I don't think. And then finally they'd let me send her Amazon gift cards. Maybe it was before she was 15 that they wouldn't let me send anything. And then when I started talking to her, maybe I could start sending Amazon gift cards. I think that's how it went. Because I just wanted to, I'm a dad, right? I want to provide and protect. And I know, and you guys have done so much for her. And you've provided and protected her. And they did such a good job with her. And she's this beautiful young lady. I don't know if I could have raised her that well, to be honest with you. So we talked for like 2 years on the phone and over FaceTime. And then when she's 17, almost 18, or just turned 17, I don't know. She was almost 18, 17. It's almost 18. She was 17. And, I'd proved myself for 5 years that I'm not going to go back to my old ways, that, I'm saved. I'm a Christian now. Like, I don't do drugs. I don't do stupid stuff. So they're like, well, we're going to be in Portland, Oregon. I'm living in Seattle, Washington at the time. So we go down to Panera to meet at Panera. So I drive down there, and it's her mom, her adopted mom, and her adopted brother. I love that dude. He messes with my daughter a little bit in like a brotherly way. So I'm not going to beat him up or nothing. But anyway, he messes with her. I'm like, you're making her tougher. I kind of like that. But not in a rude jerk way. So we go to Panera, finally get to hug my daughter for the first time since she was like 1 year old. The best, besides the day she was born, that's the second best day of my life. So we sat and we talked for like a couple hours, got to know each other a little bit, and it's so awesome. So I don't know if my daughter saves this for me, but God works in mysterious ways. One of the very first questions I asked her was, tell me how you were saved. Like, how did you meet Jesus? Like, not your parents telling you about Jesus. Like, I want to know your redemption story. I want to know how you got saved. And so this is beautiful because she told me, and her mom's like, you never told me that. I never knew. Like, she lived with these people for 17 years. They're Christians. She's saved. But she never told them her testimony of when Jesus met her. And she saved that for me all those years for me to have first. I didn't even think about that till now. That makes me feel kind of good. And she did that again for me too. So anyway, this is the point where Shiloh's in all this. So I wanted to catch up that part of the story with the Shiloh story. So now we're in the same place here. The Shiloh, the Serenity things all happening kind of at once. Meeting Serenity, the Shiloh. Like, my life is getting redeemed. Not only do I get a new chance with a new woman and like a kid that I can raise this time, but now I have my actual daughter back in my life. Like, thank you, Jesus. Like, oh my God, this is wonderful. Like, I was faithful and God came through. Like, I'm Job. Like, I'm legit real life Job. And so me and Shiloh are dating for a while. It's about a year at this point. All of a sudden, I find out she has a boyfriend in jail. We're talking about like marriage down the road. So this dude's been in jail for a year. Didn't even know he existed. So I get a woman with a child the same age as the age I lost my daughter. Get close. And I didn't get as close to the kid, which I'm glad, because it just hurt losing my daughter. And like, I didn't want to get as close to this kid just in case I lost her. Like, I didn't want to put myself in that position right away. I was going to give it time. But so I find out she has a boyfriend in jail and he's getting out. She tells me finally after a year, now that he's getting out, right? Now that she has to face it. Nicest, sweetest woman ever, too. Like, never, we never had one argument until then. Like a year. We just got along so freaking well. It was meant to be. Like, I almost said no to her having coming in my car, and I almost kind of wish I did now. So she had a boyfriend in jail, and I love this chick at the time. I'm thinking of marrying her. And so I don't want to dump her. Like, I should have. I should have just left right then, but I let her date us both for a while. I don't know why. And I was talking to my church about it. So the pastor's son, how he met his wife is she was dating someone else when he met her, and then she ended up choosing him. So like that story just gave me hope. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm the better choice. Like obviously he was in jail. Like I'm the shit. Like you know what I mean. I had good confidence back then. Not so much anymore. But so it's bugging me because my wife cheated on me, right? And that's already a place of pain for me. It's already a place of pain for me. And then this new chick, I dated for a year, and then I find out she has a boyfriend in jail. So I'm struggling. I go to the church and ask for advice. And Dan's told me that story, and that was great. And then I went again because things were starting to get harder on me. It was getting difficult. And then so the church is like, yeah, you need to give her an ultimatum. You need to tell her she needs to pick one of you. And I need to quit listening to people. Remember when I listened to my stepdad and then had that conversation with Autumn, she left? I need to quit listening to people. Gave her the ultimatum. But I asked her straight up. So he was there. So it isn't her baby daddy for Jace Lynn. It was the dude who was there when the kid was born, though. She was dating him, not the baby daddy, but the other dude at that time. He was there, blah, blah, blah. They were together for whatever, however long. And so that's what I was competing with. And she's like, if he ever does drugs again, I'm leaving him. And this is when I went to the church for help. He did drugs again, and she didn't leave him. And she was bitching to me about it and blah, blah, blah. And so I took her on the ride to the clinic one day. I was like, hey, you know, like, we've been doing this for too long. You can't, like, you got to pick one of us. I know it's hard. I see how hard it is for you to choose. Like, I can tell you care about me, or I would just, leave. And I straight up asked her, I'm like, do you love me? She's like, I don't know. I said, do you love him? And she's like, I think so. And I was like, okay, there's your answer right there then. If you don't know you love me and you think you love him, then that, that's good enough for me. And so I basically let her choose him at that point. I wanted to fight for her. I should have. And then she tested me after that. So here's how funny and how life is like perfectly good at screwing me. Perfect. Like Job. Nope. He ain't Job. He ain't Job. Like we're going to make him lose again. Like he's Job. Just kidding. Like Job. Just kidding. Call me Job JK. And then, so a couple weeks later, I'm at the clinic and I see her. She's in her car now because she got her car up and running. And she brings out Jacelyn. And I didn't think of it at the time. She was seeing if Jacelyn would like reach for me or had some kind of attachment to me. And that was my fault because I didn't want to get too close. At first, like I loved it, get to watch, the kid when I told you the first part of the story. But as we went on, I didn't pay enough attention to her kid. That's what I did wrong. She would have chose me if I would have paid more attention to Jacelyn. That's 100% the reason she didn't choose me. And I know it now. And I saw the test that she did at the end. And it was crazy that I didn't even realize it. I was so stupid and in my own way and in my own head and in my own pain and my own past that I couldn't accept what God gave me. And I should have loved that kid like she was my own. And I should have took the kid to the park and made it like this was God restoring me. And I can't say that that's not my fault. That's what I did wrong with Shyla. I treated her perfectly. I treated the kid well. I just didn't pay enough attention and create that bond with that kid that she was looking for me to be her husband. That I would love that kid as my own. And that's what I did wrong in that relationship. But her having a secret boyfriend in jail, it almost like, I don't know. But that's where my pain comes from. So after that, I stayed single for 6 years. That was in 2017 that it ended. I stayed single for 6 years. I didn't want to date. I didn't want to be with anybody. When you saw me start making my content, I wasn't dating nobody. I wasn't doing nothing because of that. And I didn't ever tell you guys my whole story. With the pain of losing my daughter and then having that happen, like my redemption coming, me not being able to give that child the love that she deserved because of my pain. And if I would have consciously thought about it, I wouldn't have done that. Right. But it was pain that spoke through avoidance. Right. And I remember we went to take Jacelyn to the park one day, and instead of taking her out of the car, we just sat in there and talked with me and Shyla. And I was paying too much attention to Shyla and not enough attention to the kid. And I knew that since I was young. Like, if you love a kid, love a lady that has a kid, you need to treat that kid as if it's your own. Like, I knew that. And I don't know what happened where I lost that, where I didn't understand that for a second or something. But they're married now, by the way. He quit doing drugs. He's a good person. I blessed them after that because I love that chick. And I love her daughter too. And I really prayed for them. I prayed that it would work out. And if I can't be with her, I want her to be happy. She's just that amazing of a person. Even though the boyfriend thing in jail, she was one of the nicest people I've ever met in my life. And, you know, I miss her. Don't ever want to be with her again. Right. I'm glad she's married. I'm glad they have a new kid on the RD board now, probably. That was a long time ago. So yeah. And that destroyed me. I didn't want to date for 6 years. I moved here to Colorado Springs. And I start going to the bars right away because, like, I'm ready to date again, and you know, just kind of want to go have some fun. And so I go to the bar. I meet this chick. She was there with her mom. I don't even know why I went up to a lady and her mom, but I did. I was just like making my rounds, trying to find, any kind of cute lady that wanted to talk. And so I go up to this lady and her mom, like, hey, can I buy you guys drinks? And, bought them both a drink. And started talking. They were a military family. I live in a military town now. And they lived in Germany a lot of their life. Traveled around, but we started seeing each other after that, which was weird. I've never picked up a girl with her mom before. That's definitely a W. Like, her mom approves. Like, I don't know. Anyway, but that was a W, I thought. And so I didn't date for 6 years at this point. And we're at the second bar. Like, I think her mom left at this point, and it's like a after hours bar. Like, it was like 4 a.m. or something. I mean, bars aren't normally open, but it's like a dance club. It's open till 6 a.m. or something like that. And so then I'm like, hey, you want to get out of here? Blah, blah, blah. And she's like, well, what? And me, I'm just an idiot because I'm like a sweetheart. And I want a girlfriend. Like, yes, great to sleep with someone, wonderful. And I hadn't been with someone in a long time. So I was trying to get laid. Not going to lie to you. And then she asked me what I'm looking for. And my drunk ass, I'm like, oh, I want something real. Like, and I don't even know why. Because that's what I'm really looking for, like, is a real relationship. And I was drunk and she got me to be honest. And that, like, I just wanted to have sex with her that night. And to be honest with you. And yeah, I definitely cockblocked myself that night by saying that. But I got her number and we started hanging out after that. which I guess it was a longer term play instead of that night. Because I mean, she was cool. She had 5 kids. She was kind of cute. Like 5 kids is a lot, but like I love kids. I want like lots of kids too. So I mean, hey, I'll take a chick with 5 kids as long as she's not like damaged too and like messed up. Like I don't mind 5 kids. And so started dating her. She was weird. She seemed normal at the bar with her mom, but she was weird. So she had a stalker ex-boyfriend. This was the first big red flag and big turnoff for me. She had a stalker ex-boyfriend, which is fine. There's crazy dudes out there. Like, I'm not mad at you that you got a stalker. Like, that sucks, dude. Like, call the cops, get a restraining order. Like, there's systems in place for that, right? But she wanted me to like beat him up or something. Like, he's popping my tire. He's doing this. I wish I had someone, blah, blah. And like kept trying to get me to like get in the middle of this shit. And I'm like, dude, I just started, like, just met you. Dude, I haven't even met your kids yet, and you want me to fight an ex? Like, no, thank you. And then she just got weird about, like, and probably because of the stalker, she's like, well, let's meet in a parking lot. I'm like, oh, cool. King Super's right by both of our houses. She's like, no, I don't want to meet in that one. Okay, maybe we shouldn't go, blah, blah, blah. And it was just weird stuff like that sometimes. So that sucked. That was my first experience dating after 6 years. And then let's see, dated a couple other ladies here. This one, she was super nice but boring. Like, I guess that one's on me. I took her to Saltgrass Steakhouse. She just hiked every day. I don't know. I'm not like, I like hiking, but not every time I'd call her, she'd be like, I'm hiking. I'm like, okay, well, like there's other stuff to do besides hiking. And so I just kind of stopped talking to her. Then at First Source, you know where I work now. At the place I used to work, this one lady, she's training me, and she starts telling me about, and I thought she was cute too. Like I thought she was kind of hot. And starts telling me like about this ex, and like I'm on the phones like training, and this lady's like telling me about her exes. Like, are you hitting on me? Like, what's going on? You're like, why are we talking about this? Am I not training to be on the phones? And then she told me how he like broke her leg and like beat her up, and she's like, I'm in jujitsu now, so I can defend myself, and blah 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 blah. I'm like, okay, well, I think she likes me. Anyway, super gaslighting, weird chicks out in Colorado Springs. They like make you think that they like, anyway, that didn't work out. She said she was my boss or whatever the situation was. Didn't work out. Then there was this other chick. She always looked hella grumpy. Always walking around all grumpy. And I was just like, God damn. And I was like, hey, you dropped your smile. Like when she was all grumpy. And then she looks like, and then she realized what I said. Yeah, you dropped your smile. You didn't. But then she smiled, and anyways, ended up with my homie. I was like, bro, just like stand there. I need like you need to just be my wingman. Just be present. You don't gotta say shit. Just stand there and make me feel like someone got my back. Anyway, so I went because she was with her friend too. She wasn't by herself. And so I went up to her car. I already talked to her before, and I was like, hey, you want to smoke sometime? And then I just rizzed her up, bro. Like, I don't know how I did that. But goddamn, I rizzed her up so much. And because her eyes were beautiful, and it wasn't like, so it was good riz because it wasn't like, oh, I'm trying to riz this chick up. Like, I just rizzed her up without trying. And like, because her eyes were like beautifully colored. And so, I was like, damn, you have beautiful eyes. She looked away, and I was like, nah, look back. Like I said something like, nah, look back. I need to see that. I don't know exactly what I said, but it was riz. And you could just see it on her face when I was like, nah, you need to look back. Like, I need to see that shit again. And whatever I did, rizzed her the fuck up. And so we started talking and everything. I just wanted to fuck her. Like, to be honest with you, I wasn't looking for a relationship. I was just trying to, and this isn't a good Christian thing to do. And I'm trying to work on myself with that stuff. I need a wife, so I'm not out there doing. Anyway, But anyway, so yes, I was just trying to, have some fun with this chick. And that's the plan. So then instead of hanging out outside of work, the only time we really got to spend with each other was inside of work, like at breaks and lunch, which you can't do a whole lot on that. So I would go into her car and she started to open up to me about life, about who she was, about her story, about the shit that she'd been through, about her past being cheated on, just like me. Like, so we're very similar people. We've had very similar stories, and she's made me start to care about her a little bit. And I'm like, shit, dude. And so she would open up to me and we would talk for, the whole lunch break, the whole hour. We would just, and all the time. And then I started to like her a little bit now. And this chick played the most mind games I've ever had. Like my ex-wife, like you don't go against her because she'll fuck you up. But this chick was the professional mind game manipulator. She tried to start beef with me and this other dude that I was friends with him, and they had a falling out. So they like tried to put me. It was a bunch of drama bullshit. She's a very immature. Her boyfriend cheated on her with a 22-year-old. She's 32. I'm 42, and so she wasn't with that dude. It was her baby daddy, and she just played too many games, and like I think just liked to have drama and didn't want a relationship. Do you know what broke it off with us? I gave her a fucking flower. Remember the story of the flower and the girl kissing me? Like, because I gave her flowers? Well, now it's like I live in the fucking opposite world here. Because, and it was a yellow flower. She loved yellow flowers. She wanted to open up a flower shop. Yellow means friendship, attraction. It doesn't mean love. I want you. I gave her a yellow flower before she was going to come over to my housewarming party. And which was fine. She didn't mind. And then I get a text a couple hours later that she doesn't want me to think I'm looking for more. And then blah, 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 and blah, 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 and blah, 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 and all of this shit. And I'm like, where did this come from? A rose? A yellow rose? Huh? So that's what I've been dealing with, right? That one crushed me a little bit because she led me on for 6 fucking months. And you know what I mean? Like, should I give up? Should I quit? Should I quit? No. So now let's go to a little bit of redemption now, right? So despite all of those things, I'm closer with my family than I've ever been in my life. Me and my mom, my brothers, my sister, we have great relationships. My daughter and I have the best relationship that we can possibly have. Kalissa is like a daughter to me. She might come over later. You guys might get to meet her. I'll try to get her on a stream one day, but she's 23 years old. My daughter is 22. I met this girl. So I've always wanted a closer relationship with my daughter too. Like I moved out here to be closer to her. And she ended up moving to Kentucky to go to the Creation Museum. And then that's where she met her husband. And now I'm going to be a grandfather in August. And so let me tell you one more thing. Remember how Serenity told me her testimony about Jesus and never told her adopted mom, even though she was with them until she was 17? And so I love my daughter. So one, she invites me to the wedding, of course, which I'm happy, wants me part of that. But on Christmas Day, on 2025, on Christmas Day, and this kid, like that fills my heart with so much fucking joy, guys, that she told me about her Jesus testimony and not them. And then she called me on Christmas, or not called me, she texted me. And she's like, I got a Christmas present for you. It's not a normal one, but it's a good one. And I'm like, what? Like, what is the Christmas present? Like, I'm curious now. Like, what do we got going on here? And she's like, I just found out I'm pregnant. She's like, don't tell anybody, though. You're the first one I told. And I'm like, what the? So, like, right when she was pregnant, like, found out she was pregnant, she hit me up right away. And so, like, that's redemption for me, right? And then, so yes, I don't get to spend time with her in my daily life, which is what I need, because we didn't get that time when she was growing up, right? Like I need like time with her. I need to get to know her or know her voice, her her quirks, or, like, get to know my daughter. And so that wasn't able to happen because she moved. And yes, I'm able to go, and like I went to the wedding and I'm able to talk to her, but it isn't the same as living in proximity to somebody, right? Long distance is way different than being with someone in every kind of relationship. So God knew my pain. I just wanted to be closer with my daughter. That's all I wanted. That's it. And for years, and it was a place of pain. Like another man walking my daughter down the aisle. Yes, I'm there. I'm her dad, but like I'm the second dad now. Like I'm not the first dad. I get after birthdays. I don't get to walk her down the aisle. I don't get to be dad, right? Sucks. After all I've lost, and I didn't expect it. It would be weird if I had those things, right? So life has put me in this place, right? From choices I've made, from things I couldn't control, from other people's choices. It's been a hard life, but it's been redemptive. It's made me grow so much and care more about people, and more about the people in my life, and more about myself, and more conscientious of things. And there's still places that I struggle and I lack, but having Calissa. So I don't want to get too much into the story of me and Calissa. But she also, let's just say, I wouldn't say trauma dumped, but she kind of trauma dumped on me, like when I first started working there. But she kind of tells it's her story, so I wouldn't even say trauma dump. She told me her story, which was a very rough, worse than my. Let's just say it's worse than my story, like, and we just started to become kind of friends, kind of smoking weed together at first. That's it. And then I don't know what happened. She would just always come up to me and like teach me things at the job, and I'm like one of the best, and she's better than me at like QA. No one was better than me at collections, but the quality, like she's the fucking goat. Like she became prodigy right away too. So we had that in common. Like we're prodigies. We're the best at what we do. And also she's my daughter's age, and I was praying, I'm like, God, I need a better relationship with my daughter. It seems like sometimes it's kind of fake, like I'm trying to hold up everything here. But then she does that thing like at Christmas and tell me first, and so sometimes I get in my own head, my own insecurities. But I'm just like, God, I want just a closer relationship with my daughter. And I tried to be like, hey, let's do a Bible course together, anything, and it just never gets anywhere, right? And so, yes, we talk, but not as much as I want. I want to see you. I want to hear your voice. I want to, you know what I mean? Like, I want to bond with you. And I wasn't able to do that as much as I want to with my daughter. And so God sent Calissa in my life. She has a boyfriend. She's 23. He treats her well, or I'll beat the shit out of him. But no, and they're actually moving to Arizona in September. And he's a really nice guy. She has her quirks, and he knows how to deal with them. And so Calissa, she tells a lot of her problems to me. People have treated her very badly in her life. They take advantage of her because her dad has a little bit of money, and so people like to try to take advantage of her and use her. And I didn't want to be one of those people in her life that took advantage of and uses her and treats her like crap. And so that's kind of how our relationship built. She knew my pain. I knew her pain. We shared our pain together. We kind of trauma bonded. And, but then that's what set the stage for her to become one of the best friends I've ever had in my life. She even said, you're kind of like a dad or an uncle to me. And I don't want to be her dad. She has a dad. I want to be her friend. But you're like my daughter's age. It's a relationship like with my daughter. You know what I mean? You don't have to be a daughter figure. You can be my friend. I can be your friend, not a father figure, but we can have that dynamic at the same time, right? Where I care about you, I protect you, like I worry about you, like I can do those things without being your dad. Like I can, and so our relationship is so close. She's coming over today. We're meal prepping together. Like it, we go out and we do events together. We just sit and we talk in the car. We'll just talk on the phone. Like, I don't know. I just wanted that kind of relationship with my daughter, and God gave it to me through Calissa. And like, I'm so thankful for that. I mean, she's leaving too, but at least I get this time with her before she goes to Arizona. And then of course I'll visit her and stuff. But like, I'm like, I need my Calista time while you're here for sure. Wow. We're gonna get into some crypto stuff too, but I literally wanted to tell you my story for 2 hours, like before we get started in crypto. You know what I mean? Like, but that's what I'm asking, guys. Here, let's see in the chat. Get to the chat. Oh no, I'm not quitting ICP. Of course I'm not quitting ICP. No, should I quit for love? Should I quit, trying to have a better life? Should I quit crypto? Like, what should I just give up on everything is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying I'm going to quit ICP. I want your guys' opinion of everything that happened to me happened to you. Could you keep going? I think you could. I think most of you are pretty strong. But I don't think it's for the weak, man. Like, there we go. Hey, Six Bigs. Yeah, that was a long time ago, but yo, is this an ICP stream? Yes, it is definitely an ICP stream, but I wanted the internet computer to know my story. That's what I'm saying. So I might go make a burrito real quick. We're gonna go all day live. Broke my tooth. Gonna cost $500. If you guys want to support the ICP addresses in the chat, I am gonna make a GoFundMe here soon. And I'm not asking for handouts, guys. Like, I'm going to be making content. If you want to support me being able to continue to make content, I call the prices for ICP really well. When we start moving again, I'm going to let you know. Everything I do is so that I can continue to make and provide content, because right now all of my main bills are taken care of, but then that leaves me no money for my phone bill, my light bill, and my insurance. And then I have, of course, this tooth and then food. So, and I'm hoping to have a job within a month. So I just need to get enough that is going to last me until I get to that point. One homie's already going to help me, and it might honestly be enough. But I have to, take into consideration next month as well. So if you guys want to support, you can do ICP or whatever. And if you do ICP, let me know and I'll send you a Renegade NFT as well. ICP Renegades NFT, the motorcycle one. I'm thinking about putting it in the RPG game that I'm building as an extra character, and having it also in a downhill marble racer. So those NFTs are going to be compatible with the game that we're building on ICP. Which, okay, now let's start the redemption story there. Let's get into the ICP part. Now that you know me, you know my story and who I am, and why, I might struggle with things sometimes, because I've had a really fucking hard life. My mom was abused when I was a kid, and that's why I like some of the streamers I do, like Crypto Wendy O. You know what I mean? Because I can resonate with that. I can be pissed off because you don't treat women that way. I've been done dirty by women, never touched one in my fucking life. And I don't put up with that. And so those kind of things have led me to ICP, to where I'm at now, to the people that I know. But yeah, so when I got clean, of course, I started out on GAU, which is like welfare cash. And then I got on Social Security disability for my migraines and my anxiety and my PTSD because of losing my daughter. I had PTSD from that, and I still have PTSD. I've just worked through it from losing my daughter. But so then COVID hit, right? And I was nothing. Like, I had food stamps and Social Security disability. That was it. I never knew what money was in my life. I never had like opportunities like that. I was either doing drugs or being poor on disability. And so COVID hit. I got in a car accident. I was parked. Someone hit me. I had $10,000 at that point, and I was like, "What am I going to do with this money?" The first time I've ever had money in my entire life like that, more than a couple grand. And so, yeah, I bought a car. I bought Bitcoin. I bought like, a couple $1,000s, 1,000, 2,000, $3,000 worth of Bitcoin. Started buying other cryptos, got up to like 10K. Then it went up to, I think I had almost 30K at one point. And yeah, so like I made a lot of money, started getting good at it, started making crypto content because I was good at crypto, started turning my life around, started making money for the first time ever. That's kind of why I don't budget my money as well, because I never grew up with money and I'm getting better at it. Just sometimes, like with Claude, I kind of get carried away. And I can't be doing that, especially right now. I need to budget. So I started learning money, and I was really good at it. I was able to read the charts. And make money. And then I was like, I want to make other people money because no one in my life will listen to me. My best friend, he bought Bitcoin, he made some money with me, but that was it. And nobody else would listen. So I want people to know that, this is the future. And so then I started getting opportunities. I got in with Definity. They gave me my first grant, which I never thought I deserved anything in life. Everything good in my life had been taken away. So when I got offered the grant from Definity, I thought it was too good to be true. Nobody ever does anything for me. And then I started meeting people in the ICP community that I'd never had support like that in my life. Even when I got divorced and my ex-wife left me, my mom didn't support me. Like I was completely on my fucking own, in my own head, stuck in hell. And I didn't have anybody that I could call and talk to and vent to, like a Calissa or, like a Six Figs, or I didn't have people like that in my life. All my friends were just superficial fucking drug buddies or whatever. You know what I mean? And I didn't have people that actually cared about me, in my family. And it could have been because I was a little bit wild too. And, there could be a lot of reasons for that. But once I got into the ICP community and crypto, and I met Six Figs, the first person who really made me feel like part of anything was Crypto Wendy, and then Six Figs. Like she let me on the channel with Six Figs, and then he reached out to me, and that guy has been one of the best friends I've ever known in my life. Cares about me, calls and checks on me when I need it, and like if he ever goes through stuff, like I'm there too. Like it's a two-way street, and I care about people a lot, and so it's nice to have people care back about me the way that I care for them. And and then I started meeting other people in the community, and you guys have supported me for years. Like this community, and that's why I'm like, I'm not asking for a handout here. I don't even like coming on here to do this. Like this is kind of a last resort thing, but I have a platform and I have something that I can offer for value, right? Content and my story and me, and give you guys something, to have instead of just asking for something. And the community has supported me so much over the years, and I've gave back as much as I can. I make fire content. We gave away so much money in Renegade tokens that I feel like it's been a give and take relationship in this community. I've helped support other creators, other projects as well, and then I met Mike. But I don't know. You guys know Passion Planet. So this is also a fellow believer. We talked for 8 hours the first time. It was so much information. It's hard to take in all that information, but it was one of the most wonderful conversations that I've ever had in crypto, besides my main people, right? And we just kind of clicked right away. And he's kind of like this clown dude that like is super, super good at what the fuck he does. Like kind of humbles me even. Like, damn, I'm normally one of the best, right? It's nice to be up there amongst the elite. And this man, like from what was it, ICP CC 2024? Was it 2024? He just has supported my channel, my content, my life, like helped me out. And I've never been around people like that. So my pride gets in the way a little bit is what happens. Right. And I'm like, there's got to be a catch to this. Like, there's no way someone's just gonna, and then you guys, all of you, like Firefox, like there's so many people, Meta, that have just supported me over the years. Fire Risk, let's see, Six Figs, Jordan Mack, all you guys. And so I'm thankful for every single one. Yo, Six Figs. I'm thankful for every single one of you guys. And I'm gonna give back as much as I can to the community. That's why even when I wasn't getting grants, I was going fucking ham for ICP. When you take care of me, you show me that you're down with me and that you will look out for me. You got my fucking loyalty for life, dude. Like, there's very few things or people or companies or any fucking thing that does that. So when I see it and I recognize it, people are like, well, why the fuck is he still loyal? Blah, blah. Yeah, they looked out for me, dude. They fucking looked out for me. And that isn't normal in this fucking world. So I'm gonna stay loyal to those who have shown me that fucking, they're down, that they're not using me like the job that I told you they gaslit me and fucked with me because I was getting too good for their standards. And I literally, the cap for bonuses used to be $35,000 a month. If you got 35,000, then you get your bonuses. Well, ever since I got there, they raised it to 45. And the lowest I ever got was like 50. You know what I mean? So when you raise the bar, it's hard to live in that kind of world unless you're amongst fellow fucking elite like people, right? So I just want to thank each and every one of you for everything that you guys have done in my life, supporting the content, whether you've done that by liking, sharing, whether you've done that by, giving, contributing, whatever. I also have a CKB grant that I'm going to get pretty soon. I'm in a transition period, guys. Like, I'm not out here begging because, like, oh, Jeff's going down. Like, there's not going to be Bitcoin Renegade, blah, blah, blah. No, this is just a time that I'm in between. I have some really good job prospects that are better than where I was working before that pay more. It's just a really, really I'm starting to get worried, and I haven't worried about money in such a long time because of ICP and the ICP community and futures trading and I'm not blowing money right now, but it's a hard little situation that I'm in. But I got to go to the bathroom. I'm gonna also microwave my burrito. I'll be right back because we're going all day. I think, I don't know, till 2, 3, 5. We'll see. We'll see what we do here. I'll be back. Stop. Did it? Okay. Okay. This is one of the things I meal prep. We did a bunch of breakfast burritos, and then we're freezing them. This one's with sausage. I also did spaghetti, meatballs, Alfredo and meatballs. I made homemade meatballs for the first time ever. You put eggs, and we didn't have breadcrumbs, so we used chips and everything. So, yeah. That's what I'm doing now, though, trying to budget and, get the stuff. But let's look at crypto, too. That's what we're going to do now, because I know you guys came here to talk about crypto. I just wanted you to get to know me, because this isn't just a crypto channel. This is real life. This is what happens behind the scenes sometimes, and we're just as real as they get. So shout out to my people, Kalissa, Mike, Six Figs, Meta Owl, Jordan Mac, like the people that have really supported me when they, I don't think I deserve it. I don't think that I earned, these wonderful people in my life, but I'm so thankful for every single one of you. And thank you for listening to my story. I hope you get to know me a little bit better now. I hope it gives you guys hope that, even though things go really bad, that you can change your life and you can become the person that you've always meant to be if you have good people in your life. And that's the only reason I'm at where I'm at today, is because God put the most amazing people in my life. He put a bunch of other ones in my life too, but then the ones that stick around and the ones that I find, it's like diamonds in the rough. And I'm so thankful for where I'm at in life, and I'm so thankful for every one of you. My car, living with my brother here. I got an opportunity to possibly become a stockbroker. Someone gave me I'm not going to say who, but someone offered me to pay to get my stockbroker's license and take the exam and like get me set up with a job after that. And so I don't know like that, but I'd have to move across the country to do that. So that could be, a possibility. And then I could become like a six-figure, guys, like I was on disability for years. I didn't know my talents, guys. I didn't know, like I was good at selling magazines door to door, but then elite, just highest cap. Like I changed the company is what I did. I went in there, they were letting me change how they did hardship programs. Like I did the best way to actually help people, because the hardship program at the end just gives them a giant balloon payment. And I'm like, no, you need to make extra payments here, 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 and here. And when the hardships program's over, you need to make extra payments so that the balloon payment doesn't collect interest every day until the end of the loan. And everyone was just putting them on hardships, not even telling them that. And then I'd get them at the end of the loan. And they're like, I can't pay $15,000 right now. I borrowed $15,000. How do I owe $15,000 at the end of my loan? Like, so I was actually there actually helping people, getting them the hardships that they needed while having a plan to get out of the situation. That's what I do. That's what I'm in right now, is a hardship. Right? Things are not going to be this way forever. I have a plan to get out of it. I have a plan to get back to where I need to be, and start, making 10 grand in futures trading again or something. You know what I mean? But money comes, money goes, but real friends last forever. And I want to thank, who you are. My people. You're my people. So, all right, let's get into some crypto stuff now. I mean, you guys saw me cry and everything, man. Like, that's real though. Everything that you heard was straight up real. There's no fakeness going on here. So, all right, let's just look at the price real quick. I almost want to put in a futures trade. Like, I don't know. Don't have no money for that, but hey, that would, this would be like a good area. 228. I don't think we're going much lower than this right now. It's looking like we have an ascending triangle. We do have some resistance here, but it's downward sloping, and we like to see downward sloping, because the downward sloping means that we're probably going to go up. And we did break out of this right here. And we're touching it as support. Yeah, this would be a good little area to put in a futures trade. I don't know. Like, I'm super bullish on ICP in the long term. Sometimes life kicks my butt. Like this, that's why I haven't been streaming lately. Like I've been struggling a little bit. Like, I'm lonely. Uh, I'm having a hard time, and I don't want to just be out there going to the clubs and doing that. So I'm in a church right now. I'm trying to meet a wife. I'm tired of just going to the clubs, doing the same old thing. Like I'm supposed to be a dad. I'm supposed to be a husband. Like that's my purpose in life. So I don't know how I'm gonna get there, but yeah, this looks pretty decent. Now there is a descending triangle here. I'm just gonna say there is a little bit of bearishness. That is one hell of a descending triangle. So I would watch this area at 219 for sure. Let's look at the daily. Yeah, that doesn't look too great. We got like a big head and shoulders here. I don't think we're going down. So when I see stuff like this, I don't always fall for it. You know what I mean? Like I don't always fall for it. But that is one hell of a head and shoulders pattern right there. Oh, nope. Hold on. Yeah. One hell of a head and shoulders, but there's no way. There's no way. Like this is a fake pattern. You don't have to listen to every pattern. Yeah, we're not going to a dollar. No matter what anyone says, we're not going to a dollar. ICP is just in a bear market right now, along with all other cryptos. Um, yeah, and we have like an ascending triangle over here. It did break to the downside of it though, but we still have that support. So that's going to be the big area right at 250. This is the big resistance area, is the 250, 260 area. If we can get above that, the next resistance is at 280 to go to 320. So I see, ICP in the long term really taking off. But I want to look into multi-dex. This is something that was very interesting to me. This could be ICP swap's huge. Multi-dex ICP. Multi-dex is a decentralized exchange architecture developed on the Internet Computer Protocol that allows users to trade tokens across multiple blockchains natively without using traditional bridging mechanisms. Native cross-chain trading, users can deposit and withdraw tokens directly from external blockchains. Unified liquidity vault, instead of keeping two separate liquidity pools for every trading pair, the exchange operates on a unified vault, heavily increasing capital efficiency. Anti-arbitrage design. The platform utilizes automated market maker outcalls and delayed matching against limit orders to stop arbitrage bots from draining liquidity. Spot and margin trading supports both traditional swaps and leverage margin spot trading. DAO managed. The protocol is governed by the network nervous system, making it completely decentralized and transparent. Multi-Dex is powered by ICP's chain fusion technology, allowing smart contracts to interact directly with other blockchain networks like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Because ICP hosts full application backends fully on-chain, the entire exchange runs as tamper-proof, open-source web software without relying on centralized cloud providers. Who did this one? Oh, Dfinity. So Dfinity made a video about it, chain fusion on ICP, advancing multi-chain AI, but that's not for this. That's for something else. Okay, let's see. Let's see Dominic Williams. He says there's some factoids. The craziest at the end. It runs on an ICP cloud engine. Soon everyone can have one and is 100% network resident and tamper proof. It is genuinely multi-chain with no bridging hassles for users. Users can deposit straight into their accounts and withdraw directly from the native chain of tokens, native chains of tokens. It is order book based, but also provides a traditional swap interface, which swaps arbitrary assets by routing across the underlying markets. It supports both spot trading and margin trading that lets traders go long and short with leverage. It has an automated market maker that uses internet computer outcalls to determine outside prices, then delayed matching against automated market maker limit orders to prevent arbitrageurs draining liquidity, as can occur with traditional DEXs providing swaps. The AMM maintains a unified liquidity vault and doesn't need two liquidity pools for every trading pair, providing outstanding capital efficiency and liquidity compared with traditional DeFi systems. Users can earn by depositing into the automated market maker vault and into an insurance pool that protects the vault from margin calls that fail to recover all capital. The insurance pool gets 5% of all liquidations. Multi-DEX runs on a decentralized internet computer network and is 100% open source, unlike Hyperledger, say, which remains closed source and has a single purpose architecture closer to federated SEX, hosted on a symmetric cluster of federated servers. If we go ahead, we could propose that multi-DEX runs as part of the internet computer in the sense it is controlled and updated by the NNS, the Internet Computer's Network Nervous System, the world's largest and most sophisticated DAO, which directly orchestrates and updates the network, providing unparalleled levels of autonomy, transparency, and security. And this is the big one. Its backend is built using the latest Motoko language framework, soon to be released, that puts AI inside of its software. That means in another seminal inventive step from Defending Caffeine Labs technology teams, that AI can see, browse, and query the real-time data inside the dApp's persistent memory and can create and execute add HOC queries and update logic on the fly subject to permissions. So while for much of the time traders will be using the traditional UX shown in the pic, increasingly they will be interacting with the exchange through AI chats that have Internet Computer Connector MCP installed, soon to be released. Well, on the other hand, traders will be able to use chat to ask for simple things like current spot pricing and market depth and the likely slippage on a spot market order, and for orders to be submitted, but on the other for much more demanding things that require the AI to execute add HOC functionality, such as look at my positions and margin pools and rebalance them to give me more blended market exposure, while also adjusting for risks indicated by social media coverage and forthcoming market events. But wait for my approval of your plan before proceeding. Wow. They're in process of transforming ourselves into an agentic organization where all our existing apps, SaaS, is replaced by custom on-demand apps, SaaS, running on cloud engines that are created and updated by AI. Of course, these on-demand apps are being built using the new technology described that automatically puts AI inside and provides users with fluid functionality via chat. The totality of the app represents an enterprise world model, which incorporates as much of the enterprise data as possible, enabling AI to perform incredibly powerful analyses and actions. When you see this action, you can't unsee what you saw because it's clearly a huge leap beyond the status quo of today's tech, which is exactly what the Internet Computer Project is about. This wraps up our technology stack created by leaning on unique aspects of the network is the cloud paradigm and years of work and what, together with cloud engines, will finally enable the Internet Computer to strike out into the massive mainstream cloud technology market. That's pretty interesting. I think this is going to be one of the most elite things that happen on the Internet Computer. Like even just the news alone should be just cracking stuff. So now CKB. Let's talk about CKB for a second. Fiber Network Lightning payments. Okay. So this is something I think they're enabling the payment soon if it hasn't already came out. I'm not sure yet. The CKB fiber network is the native Lightning Network equivalent for the Nervos CKB ecosystem. It is an off-chain layer 2 payment channel designed for hyperfast, low-cost multi-asset payments, including CKB native tokens and RGB++ assets. It offers cross-chain compatibility with the Bitcoin Lightning Network. Fiber supports instant micropayments and atomic swaps across different token pairs, not just the base layer asset. Bitcoin Lightning interoperability. Because both Bitcoin and CKB are both UTXO based, Fiber can incorporate Bitcoin Lightning Network technologies, allowing for cross-network payments. I think that's freaking amazing. Passive node income. Similar to traditional Lightning Network, Fiber node operators earn routing fees paid in CKB or tokens like USDT for forwarding off-chain payments. The network utilizes collaborative setups like Fiber PayJoin Kit, which prevents the input-output mapping typically associated with standard blockchain tracking. Simplified usability. Developer kits like FiberPay abstract away the complexities of running a manual node by leveraging AI-friendly commands, instructing an agent to open a channel or send an invoice. Off-chain channels. Much like the standard Bitcoin Lightning Network, Fiber operates off-chain via payment channels established between two nodes. Only the funding and closing transactions hit the main CKB blockchain, allowing for instant split-second payment confirmations. So yeah, I mean, guys, we got a lot going on in crypto right now. It's the bear market, and this is the biggest time for us to grow our bags and everything else in this market. Whoa, what do we got going on here? So our plan over the next 6 months, I'm going to start stacking crypto again. Like I ran into, a few things that, bad investments that I made and a few other things like, what I'm going through right now that have kind of put me, not where I wanted to be. I had like almost 1 million CKB, and then I had like almost 1,000 ICP. So we're going to get back up there to where we were. I've had like my car break down. I've had to move. I've had just a lot of things happen over and over and over and over again. But I'm going to stack my bags. I'm glad it happened right now so that I can stack my bags at the lowest point. So if I get the CKB grant, like I'm going to keep at least $1,000 of it. The rest of it, I'm probably going to, have to get caught up on some things here, but that, is going to give me a nice amount of CKB at these prices. And then I'm going to probably 10X my money. So if I put 1,000, I'll probably have 10 grand in CKB. Like that's my plan. And then I'm going to get 1,000 ICP. That's only $2,000 right now, 2,200 bucks. And if I get I need it to save. So if I can get that, we're going to probably at least 10X in the next year. So I'm going to turn also like that 2 grand into 20 grand. So my plan is to get $1,000 worth of CKB, $2,500 worth of ICP to put away, put the 1,000 CKB away and just hold on to those and just keep stacking up. And then, I'm also going to create an emergency fund for myself in the future now. We're going to have I'm going to put like $2,000 away. I do have my 401k for my last job, but I can't get it right now, unfortunately. So things are just in a weird place, but they'll get better just like they always do because I don't give up. Like I want life to beat me down just so I can, come back even stronger. So let's try this burrito. Not bad. I don't think I flavored the sausage enough, though. Oh, yeah, I did. That was just mainly tortilla. Okay. As you see, the amount of liquidity has gone under the weekly volume, but not by much. And it's testing it right now. Am I saying we're going to go up right now? I don't know. I know that this is the best price you can buy ICP, guys. Like if I can get 1,000 ICP at this price, I'm going to make a whole shit ton of money. Like even if it just goes up to that $3.20 again, like you're making a third of your money. So if you put 1,000 in there, you're making $300 just off of one little trade. You know, so I mean, if you put 10,000, that's $3,000. 100,000, that's 30 grand, right? So it just matters how much you're putting in there. You know, we're in a bear market. I don't see us pumping for no reason. But a lot of the things when they're looking bearish like this, because there is some bullishness, it's just hidden under the bearishness. And we did break below this point, but we have a nice support level right here for ICP. If we go to the 4 hour, you can really see that. This level is held up really nicely. And instead of breaking down below that level, we kind of held support right there, which is kind of bullish to me. I like hitting these support resistance levels. Like up here, when we were up here, look at all those wicks, guys. We know that the price is going down for sure right here. It's scaling upwards, and I called this so perfectly, guys. I told you we were getting rejected at 320, like right over here. Before, like this one, the second candle or the third candle, like, or the fourth one. We told you it was going to dump. And now we're hitting the support on the downside. So you got to understand resistance and support at ICP. 320 is a huge resistance. If we get above it, we go to $4. If not, we go back down to 220. And then we hit support, right? So, and I'm not saying we're not going to go lower, but $2 is going to be a huge fucking support level, guys. Like, it's not going to be what you think. Like, this is an area, if you're not buying ICP, guys, like, you might as well just leave. Like, on God, if you're not buying ICP at 227, I don't know what you're doing in crypto. I am so bullish on ICP right now. It's ridiculous. I do want to look at the CFG high. Dang, this is really good. We were at a 6 yesterday, guys. A 6. We're at 34 now. So that means the market is starting to reach its bottom. Like, once you see that extreme fear like that, you need to be buying crypto. Like, on God. People buy it when it's greedy, which is, I mean, you can. You're just not going to make as much money. We're here to make money, guys. I'm good at crypto. I just need to get better at not having life kick my ass. Oh, look at that, guys. We're at 76 for the 4 hour. Let's go look at that 4 hour chart. Yeah. We had some really good couple 4 hours. And we're hitting a nice little support here. It's kind of getting rejected at the top and the bottom. Just like up here. We go to 320, get rejected at the top, get rejected at the bottom. I mean, that's what ICP does. If you start to learn ICP, it's not as hard as you think. Hour's going to be, 68. Oh, my God. Extreme greed. Hmm. 30 days ago, we were in the greed. I'm so bullish on ICP, yo. Also bullish on CKB. Let's look at CKB. Because this one's going to make a lot of money, too. I can't wait. Oh, yeah. It's at 1/10 of a penny. This thing's going to a penny, if not 2. So you're going to double your money on this crypto at least. Guys, I'm not just saying that. I'm not getting paid by CKB right now. Like, I'm telling you, if you want to make money, you buy CKB at 1/10 of a penny. Like, that's what you do. because I see the same thing happening with this too. It's just this day, and this is bullish. Like we're gonna have a reversal soon. Within the next month or two, we're having a full-on reversal. And CKB might get rejected here. Now it has to get above, yeah, just not even very much. If we get to 1-1, not even that, like then we'll be breaking out of here. So I'm actually bullish on CKB right now because of this. Now it has the same head and shoulders pattern that all the other cryptos have, but I think this is like it's a manipulation. So you think that it's going to keep going down. Like we're already at a pretty low price, guys. You know what I mean? Like we can go lower, but you know the chances of that happening are extremely low. Because it already went below all of like the major points. So I'm really bullish on CKB right now, especially with this little stair stepper down on the weekly. This is a bullish signal to me. It like makes kind of a little divot. When I see this happen, we normally see it go back up. When you see it just stair step down, back up. Stair step, so it closed. Yeah, below. The candle closed below. The candle closed below. We go down, and it doesn't mean we're not going to go down a little bit more first, but this is going to be a reversal point soon. Like this is what I look for futures trading. Like and I don't even know why, but I see this all the time in reversals. When we get that stair stepper down, when it doesn't like completely just kind of tank it, we have our low wick here, but we have a candle body that closed lower. So this is going to be the bears trying to take this position. And normally when they do that, they lose momentum. And then we start getting bullish after that. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying that's what I see. And I would use that as one of my signals that we're going to go up. Now, we do have it pushing down right here that was able to get here. And it looks like we do have a wick here that's trying to push it down. So like I said, we might not be reversing right this second, but this is going to be a bottom. We're going to be at a bottom very soon with CKB right here. I'm telling you that. Like, that's what I see here in the charts for CKB on the weekly. Let's look at the daily. Okay. Yeah, double bottom. Nice little double bottom. So I might be right on that one, dude. Like, oops. Yeah, we got this double bottom, and then we'll have yeah, descending triangle too, though. So we got some bearishness in there as well. We got a descending triangle, and we have a double bottom. So the market's kind of crazy right now for sure. I'm going to do more TA in a minute. I just want to eat for a second. So I'm in a really cool church right now. The people are super friendly and supportive. I like it. There's a couple cool females in there. I'm meant to be a dad, meant to be a husband. That's my purpose in this life. You know, I'm here to do crypto and stuff and love you guys and love everything. And I just get really sad and depressed at times because of everything that I've had that I've lost. And then just not meeting any good women anymore. Like I know they're out there. Huddle. But by Soul Angels. I don't know what that is. But hey, thank you for the comment and everything. Now, Solana, I mean, there's some interesting things going on over there. I know there's a lot of scams with pumped out fund and stuff. But like I'm a degen, I'm always going to save a little bit of money, you know, to degen when I have it. Right now, of course, you got to get our tooth fixed. You guys remember when my bottom teeth were broke back in the day? Yeah, now I got this one broke. Got to get a new replacement tooth for that. So if you guys can support, the ICP is in the thing below. It isn't just asking for a handout. Like this is to support me, you know, making content. I don't want to keep making content with a broken tooth and, I need to obviously pay my bills and stuff until I do get this new job, and I'm going to start making bank, might become a stockbroker. Like, my future's bright, guys, and I can't make it without you. I'm not going to lie. And if you are struggling, don't worry about it. Like, if you need help in the future and I can, just let me know. I like to support everybody that I can if I have it, right? But yeah, let me just take a couple bites of this burrito. It's delicious. I'm a good cook, man. Calissa doesn't like to cook, so she'll do the dishes and I'll do all the cooking. But I did the dishes because she wasn't here, but still, she offered. Damn, this is good stuff, man. I should cook more. I made delicious fucking meatballs, though. Holy crap. Those meatballs are fire. Fire. I'll get back to talking about crypto more, too. Actually, I'm going to start me a GoFundMe right now for this. We're going to do for the tooth here, though. If you guys want to support my bills, you can do it with ICP. I mean, you could do it here, too, but this is to get my tooth back. Yes, I want to leave. Okay. I don't know if I have a Google account. Or if I did it with this one. Okay, good. And I broke my tooth on a corn dog stick is what happened. I thought I broke the stick, but my tooth broke instead. It sounded like the stick cracking. And it was kind of crazy. I broke my tooth on a corn dog stick. And that'll help me. Like, I'm not going to be able to get a job with a broken tooth like that. Like, I don't know. And I got to go to an interview soon. Like, this just sucks. And I had the tooth and I was able to put it in there and it would stay in there if I didn't eat. And then somehow it dropped down the sink and now it's gone. So wonderful, right? Help replace my broken tooth. Support my dental emergency fund. I like that one. I need $500. And then I need to send my photo over there, me and my broken tooth, so you guys can make fun of me. Look at his broken tooth. Okay. Well, I mean, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there yesterday. I thought that's why I would share this story about my story. You know what I mean? Know what I mean, man? I gotta share it on Father's Day, you know, or right around Father's Day. Okay, now I can upload this photo. Wait, that's not the photo. Did I not just download it? The fuck? Oh, that's why. Oh, it won't let you upload hike. It won't let. I miss this though. Like this brings me back to like the original days of my YouTube streaming where I was just grinding and like I kind of like it. Like I miss streaming like this. You know, I did start getting a lot more views and stuff, and I don't want to take it for granted. Thank you guys for supporting me. You know what I mean? Like, okay, how do I download it? Oh, right there. Okay. There we go. Me and my missing tooth. Let's do this together. And I hate asking guys, like, I want to just be able to make my own, you know, way to support me making content. But I've been doing this for so many years that, you know, I appreciate you guys always supporting me whenever I need. And that's why I like to give when I can, you know, because I'm not just a taker. That's something I used to be too. Just take, 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 take. That's why when I got all the money that I did from futures trading, I spoiled all of my friends. So, I mean, I'm in a tough situation right now, and I admit that. It was hard for me to even admit that. My friend asked me, he's like, "Oh, can you even afford to eat right now?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro, like I'm good, blah, blah, blah." And then like I started looking at my finances more, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm not good." And then my tooth broke, and it just sucked. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't lose any money. Actually, I've made a lot of money in ICP. I think I've made more money in ICP than I did in everything but Bitcoin. To be honest with you, I make money when it goes up and I make money when it goes down. My hair grow? I actually got nice full hair, man. A little thin on top. But I mean, yeah, okay, ticker Soul Angeles. Okay, I normally don't let people shill in here, but probably a shitcoin. But you know what I mean? Yeah, no, ICP is the shit, dude. Like I use it, I can transfer money instantly with it. It's cross chain, it has AI built directly into the freaking DApp now. Like, come on, dude. I've looked for other places to build. There's no other place to build. There's no other crypto that is going to make you as much money as ICP. Like, I love CKB. I think it's going to do really well, but ICP is my play. Like, it's my long-term conviction play. Like, it is a 20-year roadmap for a reason. It has the best technology inside or outside of crypto. I don't give a fuck. Like, it's on God that this is the future, guys. And the people that see it, like I saw my homie has a nice little bag of ICP. Not going to say who. That motherfucker's going to be rich off ICP, dude. For real. Like fucking stinking, filthy, fucking rich off of ICP. So just get yourself like a nice bag of ICP and then wait a couple of years. 2 years, less than 2 years. I bet you at the end of 2027, we're going to start to see fucking ICP just crack, just like other altcoins do. So yeah, you can say that you lost money, but you're not doing it right. You need to watch my channel more. And then you guys, like, I'm not being cocky. Like, I did this because I want people to make money. And if you guys followed me, you've made a lot of money. I called this from $3 to 21. I've told you almost every single, and I haven't done it just once. Oh, this guy's lucky. No, bro, I'm a content creator for a reason. I have like companies support me for a reason. Now my life is kind of chaotic. You know my story. I'm not going to lie and tell you I'm perfect. I'll tell you what I'm good at. I'll tell you what I suck at. Like, I'm one of the persons, I'm as real as it fucking gets, dude. Life has been too hard to me to be fake, to say shit just to get views. Yeah, sometimes I use like little clickbaity things to get you in, and then I tell you the fucking truth. Like, that's how I do things. I'm a shock jock on the surface, but I get deep. And that's why I have real lasting, long relationships. You know what I mean? Like, I don't do good in the middle, the beginning parts. I do good when you can see me. Like, when people get to know me, they're like, oh, this dude's fucking whatever, blah, blah, blah. I know what people say about me. I know what you guys have conversation. I don't give a fuck. Like, I know my worth. We know, even though these guys tried to gaslight me, we know we're the best. You know what I mean? But I also have to humble myself. There's things that I'm not good at that I need help with. And, you know, even grocery shopping is a little difficult for me. Like, little things. I'm good at complex, hard-ass shit. But when you ask me to do a simple, mundane, fucking everyday, then we have problems. I'm like Albert Einstein in that way. You know, I'm not saying I'm a genius, but he was very smart in certain things and a dumbass in everything else. So I know my strengths and my weaknesses, bro. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to show you guys that. Like, I mean, QA was one of the harder things to get. So I was like second a couple times. And then I don't think I ever got first in QA, actually. But, you know, second highest QA again. Let's see. Yeah, that was a low month, 59,000 that month. That's like my low month. 68,000 that month. 79,000 that month. I mean, we just got fucking stacks of awards here. But yeah, they made me believe in myself. God, what he did in that place is he positioned me. Right now, what God does before he moves is he positions you. He has given me all the right people in my life that I don't deserve, that I don't even know how, and that's why I feel like when they say they're going to help me, I don't believe it, because I don't feel like I deserve the help. I don't feel like I deserve anything from you guys. I don't feel like I deserve a new tooth. But if you guys want to support me and you think that, you know, it would benefit not only me, but the ICP community, the CKB community, or me as a person, if you care about me and my story at all, then those are the reasons that you help. Not that I'm asking for a handout, but I do appreciate everything that you guys have done for me. So back to the charts. Actually, we're going to play a game. We're going to show you my games. This is what you could do on ICP. This is why I love it so much. I've tried to build and build and build. So this is the coolest thing. I don't care. This is one of the coolest things on the internet computer. I mean, there is some cool stuff, you know, going on and everything. But this is so fire, dude. I think other people have better projects too, but this is definitely one of the best. So We have a lot of stuff going on over here, guys. So we have it sectioned off. We have our bowling section, which you can, play your new bowling game. This will keep track of your score. People use this in bowling leagues. Like, this is already something people use. And yeah, you can fake the thing. That's why we're not giving out rewards. Like, you can say you got a 300 here. We're not having play to earn on this anymore. It was already tried to be hacked. We stopped the hack before it even started, though. They got like $3 from the play to earn, but that's okay. We're not going to do play to earn on this. We're going to do it on a different part when I'm going to make sure the security is flawless on that. But yeah, you can track your games, and if you leave, you can go back to your regular thing, resume game. Like, this goes right back to the game, so you don't lose your progress when you switch. Say if you went to a different place or whatever, different tab. 43 games total, 8 players, which are active. 43 games played. Yeah. Average score 267, high score 300. And then we have golf. So you can, put in the name of whatever. You could do 9 or 18 holes. And then you can just start the round and you can switch it to whatever one you got here. So let's see. Start round. And then you can pick whatever birdie, eagle, hole in one. Oh, we got a hole in one. Oh, so this is pretty cool. And then it also has like a leaderboard. You can see the rounds I've played. I'm really good at golf. No. And of course, leaderboard. So, and then we got this one. This is only going to be available to whitelist people. We're not going to release this because there's too many legal loopholes with this because it is a betting racer game. So you just pick one of the marbles. I did all of this with Claude Code and Caffeine AI, by the way. Caffeine is the only reason this is possible. Let me say that. Couldn't have done it without Caffeine AI. But yeah, we got the 6 balls, and then we have our weekly pool stats. If you get first place and you do at least 5 races, you get a weekly prize. For SDK and RNG, we're going to get rid of the RNG. So I wouldn't even do anything. If you want to get RNG and bet, you can. We're just going to swap them over to STK, though, and airdrop STK. So let's see. You got to fund your wallet. So let's go fund the wallet. Where's the wallet? Let's see. Is it not on here? Where's the? Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Let's do 100,000. Okay, hold on. I might have to send. I only have one. That's why. I need STK in there. So let's go here. Grab some STK real quick. Go to admin section. I'll show you guys my admin section too. This is like top secret stuff here. This is all the top secret. So system health will go up to 95%. Just give it a second. Come on. 75. Okay, I might need to do some stuff to get that back up to 95. That's crazy. All right. Play to earn master switch, renegade RNG migration. We got some crazy stuff going on here. Beta whitelist. I guess it doesn't show the ones that are whitelisted. I did it on mobile. Weekly leaderboard. Per race, there is an STK bonus. Okay. Anyway, let's go to token allocation. Pool management. Transfer to user wallet. Team and development. And then let's do 500K. But yeah, this is the whole situation right here. So we can transfer from any of the pools, but the team and development only lets you do 500,000 a day. We're going to have an SNS launch. We're going to have an RPG and NFT ecosystem. Play to earn rewards are going to be used for staking now. So that's what we're doing with that, is it's going into the staking pool. Minting platform sold out. Marketing and partnerships, we're going to start marketing soon. Ecosystem treasury, that's for development of the ecosystem, like for anything we need for the eco. And then the forge, we're going to have a canister creating platform where you can create tokens here. So pretty cool. Now let's go back to Renegade Racer and a deposit now. We'll do 100,000. Uh-oh. Well, we might need to fix that. Let's see, 10,000? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to have to fix that. Guess I can't show you this right now. This is my video. That was weird. But I'm going to show you the RPG. Let's see. The music and the video need to start at the same time. There we go. This is all AI. That's Princess Lyra right there. They kidnapped her. And then he possesses, like, or like converts this dude into his dark army. That's Cinder Pete, the first boss. Frost Bane. And then Deadpool. And that's Dorian. He's the fourth boss. And that's Malakar, the final boss, where you get Princess Lyra back. Okay. So this is your main character. This is Kale. And let's see, I don't want to fight Cinder Pete. I haven't got his attack movement yet, but here's like a little dude you could talk to. Thought you were dead. Cinder Pete controls the eastern tunnels. He's been collecting skulls. The exit is back west. The door glows green. And then you can just fight your regular battles. I am almost dead. So I'm going to use a mega elixir. And then I'm going to change. You have all these different items. You got your small potion, your AP crystal, which is for your magic, your large potion, 180 HP, restores full hit points, and AP for mega elixir. And then Aether Charge, you have an ultimate. that I'll show you here in a minute. Then we have Antidote and then Dispel. So just in case you get confused or you get poisoned. And then we got our weapons. Iron Fist, Frost Gauntlet, which is my favorite, Anchor Chain, and Flame Knuckles. Like Anchor Chain, I don't know why I don't like that one. Oh, and it takes a turn if you do that. And then you have your ultimates. I need to make more. It only made the 2, so I need to make more. So we got Frost Lance and Basic Strike. These are going to be NFTs. These are going to be NFTs. Maybe these are going to be NFTs as well. We don't know. And then we got our spells. So we got Ember Spark, Frostbolt, Hexbrand, and Shadow Pulse. Hexbrand, no damage, brands the enemy, all kills attack, deal 30% damage for 3 turns, sold in Shadowmere. But I always use Shadow Pulse because that's my favorite one. You'll have to buy these in game. See, it almost kills them in 1 hit. These are the first level bosses on like level 16 or first level enemies. So I'm not even supposed to be here, but I can travel to wherever I want. Like I can go to the Shadow Isle. But I want to show you this boss first before we travel. Because I got the attack sequence to work now. And this guy, he's the Flame Warden. This is my favorite. This is what I'm going to do to every character in the game. Right here is have the battles like this. And I do need to change so your spells, you don't have to change them every time. Starts with Ember Spark every time. It irritates me. So I'm going to change that. And then boom, hit him with that. See, he attacks though. Watch when he attacks me. Boom, he's actually attacking. And then he dies. You see the ending? So I'm working on doing that right now, is getting like the attack sequences and then the spell sequences. And this is the first boss. I messed him up because I was trying to do the attack sequence. And then I lost my Claude code. I don't have Claude code right now. So he doesn't look like he should. But yeah, we're not going to talk about that. I can show you the ultimate now. So the ultimate's probably going to kill this first level boss in 1 hit, but we'll see. Oh, I missed. So 2 hits because I didn't get a perfect strike. But yeah, and then we can go, I'll show you the 4th boss. That was the first boss. And you won't be able to travel like this in game unless you beat the things, but I'll show you here. You can restore your health in your AP. And then here's the store. And you can buy all this stuff with SDK right now. So we might have the NFTs listed on Toko app, but be able to buy them through here through Toko is what I'm thinking. So then we got the forge. I don't know what this is. It created a forge, which is the same thing as the weapons. Oh, there's different weapons over here. Reliquary blade. So I guess you can get other weapons here. I didn't even know I created this. We got the forge over here. And then you can upgrade your... So see, these are level 4 or 5. I can upgrade this. Now Shadow Pulse is level 4. It costs 15,000 SDK. So when you get these, there's different levels. So if I'm at level 5, now it's max. So now I can max all these out. Same with your weapons as well. You can max those out. So, yeah, I mean, this is all pretty cool stuff. You know what I mean? Lot of interesting things. There's still a lot of stuff I need to work out. That's why I haven't released it yet. But like, this is a cool little Final Fantasy game. I still need to incorporate a story. So what we're gonna do is like, let me go back in here. Is when we go to like Ember Isle, we're gonna have an entrance, so you can't get into this volcano, right? I made it so where, well, it's not perfect, but you can't really enter the volcano. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a cave door right here. And then there's, so instead of just having the dungeon with the boss, because that's all this is like the enemies and boss, right? This will be like the boss layer, you know? And you got to fight him to get in to fight Cinder Pete. But then I'm also going to create like a little quest, like here. So you're going to go on a volcano, you're going to go on a little quest. And then once the quest is done, you'll unlock this. So this will be locked. you won't be able to get in here. It'll be locked until you beat the quest. And then the boss is locked until like a certain level. So you'll have to complete the quest, and then we'll have one, of course, in here, which will be like an ice cave because this is the frosted isle. And then you can go in here and you could go to the next one or the past one because that's the gate. And then we'll probably have a cave. I don't know where we'll have a cave on this one. I don't know. Still a lot I got to work out here, but we got Glacial Lanes, which is the dungeon. So we'll just do a cave, probably the same thing. I'll block off this like I did the other one, and then make it like an ice cave here. And then here. Need to fix this up. I don't know, like AI does weird stuff sometimes. But then yeah, we'll create like a little whirlpool right here where you can go in, or maybe make a raft. I don't know. And then here's the final island. You can't really get in here, Lyra's Cave. This is where the final boss is. Cursed Throne. Will it let me in? Oh, here's the final boss. Malachar. See, it looks just like the AI, like the video. Bro, I love AI, dude. I'm able to make these sprites. Let's see. Men in suits doing business. Flame Warden sprite concept. Okay, I don't think it's that one. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to get these sprites to work like you want them to. Okay. Oh, it is a different one. Dang it. Okay, 3D video matting. There we go. This is my sprite design. So these are the NPCs. There's Princess Lyra. There's the dungeon. There's Princess Lyra, though. AI made that. So like the video, the AI video I made, whoops, created this character. Like that preview, and I was like, that's a cool character. And then so I screenshotted it off of the video, and then I told Gemini to make me a sprite of it. It was dope. And it did. Yeah. So these are all my sprites. That's the fourth boss. The fourth, like, mid-boss. When you fight Dorian, right before you fight Dorian. And that's an enemy you'll fight. So I'm going to do their attack. Except I'm going to make it all just attack. Idle, move left, attack 1, hurt, attack. So yeah, I'm going to have to make sequences for all of these. Because I wasn't doing that before. It was trying to get me to do sequences. Like, as you see, it was like 1, 2, use it. And I was like, wait, we could actually like make it attack in sequence? That's kind of dope. See, it like did these things. Yeah, like that. Attack 1, but it didn't say like attack steps, right? So I just did attack steps. Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. And there's Dorian. Prestige. Supposed to say prestige. But I mean, it's dope. So let's go to see Dorian. Excuse me. Let's go see Dorian. If I can find the cave. Okay, there we go. See, we got realistic looking sprites. Like, this game is kind of dope. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I like it. But let's see. Oh, good. We don't have to fight this one. I need to make that come back. Good. We get to see Dorian, though. Dorian! And he has 2 stages. I need to fix the second stage still. But man, I've come a long ways in this game. I've done so much in this thing. It's taken so long and so many freaking tokens. But I definitely need Shadow Pulse to beat this guy. Let's see how much damage that does. Okay. Oh, cracked me. Yeah, and I probably need to make it a little bit harder too. And change whatever that is. Boom. And then here's his second form. It looks better on here. Like on mobile, it's too close. It looks pretty good here. I kind of need to make it bigger though. But that's his second stage. You got to fight him twice. Oh, he's frozen solid. I froze him with my ultimate, so he wasn't able to attack me. 102 damage, dang. Let's just attack, see what that does. Okay, I better heal. I'm feeling a little light on the healing. Okay. 380 XP, 500 STK tokens. And respawning. I don't know why the 4th boss didn't respawn. It's like all of them are supposed to respawn. No. Yeah, this boss is supposed to respawn. I don't know why he didn't. But yeah, that's kind of everything. And then I'm going to add, of course, like, you know, quests. I don't know what this thing is doing here. The Void Enforcer. And the inner layer, not 100% sure. I still need to do the background for this part. But as you see, there's Malachar. And there's Princess Lyra. I can actually talk to her. Kale, you came. I knew you would. Malachar bound me here to lure the strongest bowler alive. He's afraid of you. That's why he's been sending everything at you. Oops. When you defeat him, the curse on this world breaks. All of it. Go, or I'll be here when you get back. I didn't write none of that. The game wrote it for me. Like, that's kind of cool. Like, hey, you can write the storyline for me if you want. But yeah, I still need a good storyline. Probably make her bigger though. I don't like how small that is. You know? I wonder if does Malachar have 2 parts? Oh, I need to be level 18 to fight him. And I think I'm stuck. Yeah, so I get stuck if you can't fight this one, so I'll have to change that. So there's a lot of things that I need to do. I need people to beta test this for me. If you're interested, let me know. I'll whitelist you. You can come, you know, check out this RPG. We're not doing like any play to earn yet, but I can always get out of it with that. Just go back there. So I always have a way out, but yeah, there's a few things that I gotta fix. You know, the enemies are cool. These ones don't attack like, you know, the other guy did. They just move forward like that, right? I want them to actually like move, like swing their arm and attack. So that's what I'm working on next. Oh, see, if I don't have the right weapon, I'm going to lose this guy. Whoops. All right, hold on. That dude's tough. Okay, let's use the ultimate. I'm scared. Perfect strike. He's dead. But yeah, you need those weapons in order to win. So you're gonna have to buy the NFTs, and then you'll be able to play to earn too. So it's kind of like, oh, there he is. He's back. Just wanted to show you this boss. Called Fire Imp. It shouldn't be. I need to change that. So there's just a few small things and a bunch of big things that I need to do. So let's see if I can beat this guy. I beat Dorian. I should be able to beat him. Dang, this boss is like super hard. What the heck, dude? This is the hardest boss I've fought so far. Oh my god. Okay. This is a good little battle. Okay, I'm gonna use my ultimate. Oh, I need to stop that. It's freezing them too much. Okay. So that's pretty cool, guys. I mean, that's my RPG game. I built all of that with Caffeine AI and Claude Code. So, guys, this is crazy. Let's see. Do I need to go forward? Why is this thing keep moving? All right. Okay. Well, I'm probably gonna have to go to the bathroom here in a minute. Yeah, it's kind of dope, man. I'm not gonna lie. You know, this is something I've been working on. It's a passion of mine. Like I grew up, I am a Final Fantasy, Breath of Fire, those kind of games is what I grew up with. Shining Force. I'm gonna make a shot. Oh my god, that's the next game I'm making. So I don't know if you guys ever played Final Fantasy Tactics. It's kind of like a chess game. So you can move your pieces only certain directions and certain distances, and then you can only attack certain directions and certain distances. It's like a video game version of chess, a little bit. It's tactical. There was this game growing up called Shining Force. My favorite game. I played it even as an adult. They even have a download on mobile if you want to try Shining Force. One of the best games of all fucking time, dude. I love it. It's a tactical game. I also beat Final Fantasy Tactics, but I want to build a game like that next. Because that's my favorite kind of game in all of history. Like Final Fantasy, yes. Turn-based, yes, but tactical game where you have to be smart and use your brain, and it's not just based on, oh, I can heal, and like that's cool. I like it. Like it's traditional RPG, but tactics, though, that's the next kind of game I'm building for sure. So, and guys, I want to let you know, most of the trades that I make, I do use Chart Forecaster. So that helps me make decisions. If it tells me that there's going to be, and that's Six Bigs website, one of the coolest, prediction sites that there is in crypto. And a lot of the times I'll use it and I'll see one of the marks coming up. And then what it does is it lets me look in the charts and be like, okay, how's volume doing? Do we have any patterns going on that could actually match what this says? So it's a wonderful tool to be able to use it in sync with other technical analysis tools. I've become a pro, guys, an absolute fucking pro. I still have a lot to learn. There's still people who know a lot more than I do, but I want to learn and I want to teach, and that's where we are in life right now. I'm excited about content. I don't care. I'm not getting paid nothing. Normally, I only get excited when I have money coming in to make content, but I love it. I spent a year making videos without ever making $1, and I want to get back to my passion and love for crypto because I love making these videos. I love the community, and I can't wait. Hopefully, I meet another good person. Like they're few and far in between. And not that I don't love everyone in crypto. You guys are all amazing, but that become your people. You know what I mean? Like all of you guys are my friends and my community members. And I'd probably do a lot, if not anything for you guys. But when you come into my life and become like a part of it and you start checking on me and you start caring about me, those are the people that I'm looking for into my inner circle, into my tight group, and that only grows once every couple years. So, but my community of the people who we have like minds, we're, friends, but we're not in that deep circle. That's my outer circle. And we like to have that outer circle because some of the best people I know are in that circle. It's just our lives are kind of different. And one of my friends calls me at the worst time every time. No matter what time she texts me, no matter I am busy doing something else or it's just horrible timing. But those things happen, right? And yeah. What else? Let's go back to the game. Or what else we got here first? Not just the game. We got all sorts of stuff. All sorts of stuff over here. Okay, and then we got our finance. We got our wallet. Of course, this works perfectly. This was the hardest thing to get working in the whole entire app is the wallet, and we still don't have ICP transactions yet. It is really hard to get a log off the ledger for the transactions. Oh, and I might have lost those tokens somewhere. Let's see where those went. Okay, I got a lot to do over here. As you see, those tokens I tried to put over there are gone now. I'm glad this is only open to whitelist because it's not really ready for public. It's in beta right now. But swap, the party hats one is broken right now. Party decks. It won't swap right now. But the ICP to STK on ICP swap works. So, and we might do multi-decks too. So Mountain ICP, let's just say I'll do 1,000 just to do a little trade here. So you could do it right here on the app. You can choose your slippage. This is like a straight up DEX, dude. We got a little mini DEX in our app, dude. This is probably one of the most advanced apps on ICP just because of everything it has. And then boom, I got my 1,000 STK swapped for 0.3 ICP. So, and then you switch it. Okay, where did my ICP go? Tell me it's not broken. Oh yeah, we got it. It just didn't update over there yet. So that's a problem. Oh, there it is. Okay, it just takes a second to update. And if you do max, it gives you the maximum amount, and then you can buy 1,005 STK tokens. Right back. And then my favorite part's coming up next because you guys know that I love staking. I love making money off of my money. That's why I futures trade. And boom, we got. So it didn't give me 1,005. It gave me 1,002. So there is a fee. Not much though. And here's my favorite part. So we're going to get rid of the RNG because RNG is going to be done soon. So don't stake those. I'm probably going to turn that off. But you can get 3%. So let's just say I do 100,000 tokens. I'm going to get 103,000. In 1 week, I get 3,000 tokens. So let's just lock it. Stake created. So now as you see, it'll take a second. 3 claimed stakes so far. 1 is already in here. I'm not sure whose that is for Renegade payout, but you'll be able to trade your Renegade tokens for your STK tokens. We're going to airdrop the similar value. And as you see, there's plenty of STK over. There's like 11 million in there. And then let's refresh the page so we can see my active stake. So there we go. There's my active stake, 103,000. And it lets you know, hey, it's solvent. We have plenty of STK to pay out that amount. So this person's earning 12,904 STK, which is like half an ICP in 30 days. You're making half an ICP worth of STK. Like, you know what I mean? So that's like almost network nervous system like rewards there. The more you have, the more you get too. So I mean, you could gain a nice amount. And then 15% for a year. I just want to see if this one works. Let's do 100,000 on that one too. I've never tried the year one. Okay. Oh, it already did it. I don't know why it says 331 to 365. I'll have to check that out. And then migration window. If you had Renegade token, you got to trade them for RNG, or you could just trade them directly across for STK as well. But you're going to want to migrate those to Renegade to do that. Swap your Renegade tokens 1-for-1 for RNG. Same token, you hold the keys. I don't know why it says that either. You don't hold the keys. I mean, Google holds the keys. But yeah. And then where's this? Yeah, I already migrated. I don't have any Renegade I can migrate. I migrated 181 million. There's only 269 million, so most of those tokens got ate up by bots or something. But yeah, that's the entire app. I mean, you can only do that on ICP. I mean, I am going to try to build on CKB too. I don't know. It might be a little bit interesting if we build this game on CKB, or at least just add a CKB layer in it. I don't want to create any more tokens though. That's something I don't want to do. I didn't want to create all these tokens, but I couldn't think of a way to keep Renegade running and add it for STK. So our thing, which I talked with my investor, who was the one kind of supporting the project, and he said, just get rid of RNG token and he'll provide the liquidity for any swapping, because we're going to airdrop the RNG tokens, STK tokens. So that would probably be ecosystem. That'll come out of the ecosystem one that you saw in the admin. So I got a good plan, man. And then I'm going to get in the bowling alleys. I just need to build the RPG fully. And then I'm going to start marketing this thing. I'm going to have my homie get me in some ins, hopefully, and then see what we can do. Go to bowling alleys, start going to golf courses. I'm going to go to Top Golf. So my plan with Top Golf, we have the regular golf one, but I want to create a video game. They have like an Angry Birds type game at Top Golf. And so if I could create a game on the internet computer that could hook into Top Golf and be able to like have a cool little game where you hit the ball and it does certain things. Like I haven't decided exactly. I'll probably talk to a few of my, advisors and stuff. I have advisors now. It's crazy, huh? And I have investors. Like things are going good in my life. Like I don't even like to do this. I'm glad I have a platform. I'm glad I have people that support me, and I don't take it lightly, guys. I know people are struggling out there. I know it's a hard time, and I'm not the only one going through stuff. And that's why I really try to support all the people in my life. And so like you guys helping me helps me to be able to help other people as well. It isn't like, oh, Jeff is just going to get this money and just blow it. No, like I use my money to help the people in my life, to pay my bills, and to do that, and to build, to bring value, to create content, to bring things that could get people interested, to go out there. I was just up in Boulder the other day, locking down a hub to have crypto meetups in the future. Like right now, we can only sponsor event. The next step is to make like a presentation, and then maybe even get a grant to rent out the spot once a month or something from one of the blockchains, ICP or CKB, and create like my own hub inside their hub, because it's a tech hub. Like they have a grant from Ethereum, but it's mainly like for AI stuff, which is perfect for me. And then they're just doing a lot of cool things. They might even open a coffee shop below. But if I can rent out the hub for these presentations like once a month, this could be a real growth opportunity for the cryptos I'm involved in. And so I want to bring value. I need to be supported so that I can do these things. You know what I mean? I'm out there actually grinding, going to events, going to conferences, building games, going to hubs. Like, I am the man on the ground. I'm the person putting in the work. Life has gotten hard because these people, I told you the story of what they did to me because I was too high of a collector and they didn't want me to move up, but I was too good not to let me move up. So they had this weird thing where they had to gaslight me and keep this ceiling on me so that, one, I stay what I'm doing. I think I'm going to move up so I don't get pissed, and they can keep me on the phones because I make them too much money. And so I understand all the politics. I wish it wouldn't have happened to me. I wish I could have just been like maybe better at Q. I was so good at QA too. And then you know what they start saying? Stats don't matter after a while. That's what I'm like, why am I not moving up? My stats are the most elite. You guys promised me to move up. They're like, well, stats aren't everything. And I think it was because that lady didn't like me because I wasn't popular with the freaking trainer. That's why. 100%. One, they wanted to keep me on the phone. Two, they thought that the other leadership didn't respect me, which Calissa did, and she's above Nicole. So it doesn't make sense what happened. I'm trying to make sense of it, but I'm really good at what I do in crypto, in whatever I set my mind to. I do really well at, but I need guidance. I need a mentor. I need to be with people who are where I want to be, that are at the next level, but they have to be good people. I don't give a fuck if you're rich. I don't want to be like you just because you're rich, dude. I don't give a fuck about that, dude. On God, I've lived a hard life. I don't give a fuck about money. You need it, right? And it hurts my heart when I see people struggling. And that's why I wanted to make content, because I was making a lot of fucking money and I wanted other people that were struggling to do that. Like, that's my whole purpose of what I do. Like, I'm letting you guys know the real raw Jeff today. Like, this is what I do. This is why I do it. And so I'm getting the mentors. I'm getting the people in the church that are mentoring me, people in business that are mentoring me. Some real big things changed about my beliefs here lately. I believed in like a second baptism of the Holy Spirit. But the elders in the church kind of showed me that there's one baptism. It says there's one baptism. Yes, it's two parts. You will be baptized in water and spirit, or fire and spirit, water and fire. What is it? Water and spirit and fire. That's what it is. And so I thought that maybe I was baptized by the Holy Spirit because I started speaking in tongues a year after I was saved. I asked for the gift of tongues, and it wasn't to speak like prophecy or anything like that. It was because my spirit was hurting so bad, losing my daughter, my wife, in the capacity, in the way that it happened, that it destroyed me in so many ways. And when I asked for that gift, it was because God wanted to speak to my spirit. My spirit was groaning. My soul was broken. And so, yeah. God let me speak in tongues for that reason. It has other Christians questioning my testimony. And I don't know, it's super weird. But then they, I believe that I was baptized once. I received the Holy Spirit because it does say, that if you don't have the Spirit, you don't have Jesus Christ. That's what changed my mind. When it said, because how could I be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ? And that did happen to the Samaritans, where they were baptized in the name of Jesus Christ. And then the apostles had to go down, lay hands on them, and then they received the Holy Spirit. Well, the church is saying that only the apostles had the power to lay on hands and give the Holy Spirit. So that made sense. And then one baptism, and then also if you don't have the Spirit, if you don't have the Holy Spirit, you don't have Christ. If you don't have the Spirit, you don't have Christ. So that means that when I was baptized and I was saved, I never got baptized again. Born again, baptism of the Holy Spirit. I think that is all happening at the same time. Or when you find, even if you get baptized in water, if you don't believe in Christ, until you fully believe in Christ, that's when the real baptism happens, the water and spirit. You know what I mean? Like, so you were baptized with water. Once the spirit comes in, then the baptism is complete. It's one baptism, two parts, one God, three parts. You know what I mean? Like Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Even Jesus was baptized in water, and then the Holy Spirit as a dove came upon him. One baptism, two parts. So, I mean, yeah. So, and then I need mentors in business. Like, okay, say I do get, a deal with one of these bowling alleys or like Top Golf. Like, I'm not 100% sure what to do after that. Like, hey, thank you. But I mean, that's my story. And, like, my pastor died. So I was really into the church. I told you that they kind of made me give Shiloh an ultimatum, which I'm glad, because they did it because they cared about me. They hated to see me in pain with this woman dating some other dude. And so, my pastor, he was like a dad to me. Like I told you at the beginning of the story, I grew up without a dad. My stepdad was a jerk. We left him when I was 10. And then I grew up without a dad after that. So I never knew what it was to be a man. Like, yes, I knew you had to provide and protect, and I could see like other people, what they did. But when I met Doug Heck, miss that man. He didn't judge me. I was a very broken person at that time. Very, very broken. And the first time some dude, I didn't even know him, he tried to come up behind me and give me a hug. This is when I was fresh off the streets, fresh off of like doing drugs, getting into transitional housing. Like I'm still like watching my back. Like I'm probably going to get shot or stabbed in my back at any fucking moment. Like that's the life I was living in, before. And so this dude comes up and gives me a hug from behind, scared the fucking shit out of me. Like I'm used to, like, if you're touching me from behind, you're trying to hurt me. Like you're trying to take my life, you're trying to take my money, you're trying to take something from me. Like that's what I came from. And so it took me a while. And so I was rough, man. I was rough around the edges. I lost everything I ever loved. I lived and I partied and I went hard just trying to forget life, dude. And then so now I'm dealing with everything all at once. Like I'm sober. I'm dealing with my trauma, my PTSD from the streets, from losing my daughter, and this guy, Doug, man, I wasn't even supposed to go to this church. I was walking to a different church that I was going to, that I went from the homeless shelter, brought us over there. And for like this lady that doesn't even exist at the church now, I'm convinced it was an angel. She was walking her dog out there when I was walking by, because the place that I lived, the transitional housing I lived, was on the way to the church. This other church was on the way there. And so this lady, we start talking. They didn't have any signs. It didn't say what time worship started. Like there was a sign box, but nothing in it. Like, and this lady was walking her dog out there, and I don't even know why we started. I don't remember even why we started talking. And then I was like, yeah, I'm on my way to church. And she's like, oh, you're going in here? And I was like, no, I'm not going in here. I'm going to Mars Hill, which the pastor ended up stealing a bunch of money, and that church went down. That would have destroyed my faith in the beginning. So God is amazing for this, because that church went down like a month later. The pastor stole. I don't know how I would have handled that. Like I probably would have left the church at that time, dude. I wasn't strong enough in my faith for that. So I go into the church, and this lady doesn't exist. This lady is not part of the church. She invited me in. She's like, you can go get coffee, blah, blah, blah. Go in, introduce yourself, blah, blah, blah. Like, okay. And so instead of going to the church I was going to go to, I went to this church. And when I went in there, they had this play, and it was just perfect. For God knew exactly what I needed to keep me at this church. And so it was a play, and it started out with this lady like kneeling down on the ground like this, like her head in her knees. And then it had like representing of God or Jesus. So he grabs her up, and then he starts like pointing at everything, like showing her the trees and the butterflies and the sun and the mountains and everything beautiful. And then this guy comes over, right? This dude comes over, and he grabs her away from God, Jesus, or, whatever, and starts dancing with her, right? That's our first separation from God, is like, we want to love our spouses more, right? Like, or women, or just in general, like that leads you away from God. Anything like can possibly lead you away from God. Well, that one, could be a good thing too, right? There's no guarantee that could be bad, but that could lead you away from God. Then it had someone like showering money, the next sin, right? So God's still over here, and he's doing this the whole time while she's going away. He's like trying to bring her back, right? And then the next one was cutting, like, like people do that, like self-mutilation. And then the next one was the mirror. So it was like vanity, right? So it just showed all these sins. And so it didn't really affect me that much yet. But in my life, so I didn't want to be out there running. I didn't want to be out there doing drugs. I wanted to be a dad. I wanted to be a husband. But if I couldn't have that, I couldn't live with the pain. So I just felt, and then there was a bunch of different ones like drugs, alcohol, and just a bunch of ones. And the whole time, Jesus is just over there like pulling. And at the end, they're all like yanking on her, like each direction. They're like just pulling her. All the sins are just like having her go wild all over the place. And Jesus is just over there. And finally, he just puts it down. And he like goes over to her, gets in the middle of her and them, and just slams them all away. Like, and I felt that, like, I want God so bad. But all of these things came in and started just jerking me around and started like, and I can't do nothing. So, I mean, that really affected me in like a real way. So that's why I went to that church. And then I met Doug, the greatest. I mean, and I don't want to put men up that high, but one of the most beautiful men I've ever met in my entire life. He showed me what it was to be a father. He showed me what it was to be a man, how you treat your family. Like, that's someone I can look up to. He had a quadruple doctorate in theology, but he never attacked or challenged my beliefs. Like, he nurtured my beliefs. He taught me the right way, but he never directly challenged my beliefs like a father, right? He wants to lead you in the right direction, but he's not going to force you. He's not going to tell you your way is wrong. He's going to show you a better way. And that's how men should be. And just the way he loved his family. And I don't know. And then the way he just supported me always, the church would put me to work. Like, they would give me gift cards sometimes for Save. That's back when I was real poor, like real poor. Right now I'm going through a struggling season. But back then, like, I didn't have a path. Like, I was in transitional housing, like just, barely sober. But yeah, and then his wife was amazing. I worked with her so much. We built a fence together because she was like trying to start to do like construction work and stuff. And like, so they'd always put me to work, dude. They would just like anything that they had extra, they would just put me to work. I love them, dude. The Hecks are the most, and their last name's Heck too. Not Hell, but Heck. Like a pastor and his son, both pastors, Doug Heck, Dan Heck. But yeah, I mean, it showed me what kind of man I wanted to be, Then he died, and I lost my mentor, and the church scattered after that. So we did meet at houses every now and again, but it wasn't the same after that. You know what I mean? Doug was the glue that held that whole place together. His son didn't even want to be a pastor, except if it was with his dad. So, I mean, and they made me feel like family. I made coffee for the church for like a year, and then they moved me to audio video. And then I did the sound booth for the church. Then Doug died, and the Foursquare Church fired all leadership, and then they gutted the church. So I didn't go to that church anymore because the those guys are all the ones that helped me walk out of darkness. You know what I mean? Like, literally cared enough about me, taught me to get rid of my anger, taught me to express my pain. Like, it was like therapy, like, but people, I don't know. Okay, I'm getting super emotional here today. Thank you guys for being here. Love you too, brother. Um, but yeah, I just thought I'd be vulnerable a little bit and tell you guys why I'm a little messed up, but why, I've overcome everything. Someone told me the other day my wires are crossed, but I don't think so. I think my heart being the way it is, yes, my brain is ADHD, man. I get like chaotic, but it's about my heart, and that's why I've had some of the best relationships. That's why I've had love in my life several times, is because of that. And I think that's why God gave me a brain for like analytical stuff, like, charts and graphs, because like mundane things, like I hear people have conversations about boring ass shit. And I'm just like, I can't really conversate about that. I want to be more deep. Like, I don't want to talk for an hour about like, the Dodgers or whatever. That could be fun for like 10 or 15 minutes, but I don't know. I want to get into more deep. Like, what are you? What are your philosophies of life? What do you stand for? What kind of person? How do you treat your family? Like, how do you treat your friends? Do you check on your friends when they're down? Like, those are the people that have taught me to be a good person. Not that my mom didn't do that. She just didn't do a lot because she was disabled and she laid on the couch all day. And she taught me important things. Like the other day, I don't know if you guys are playing Fortnite right now, but they have these sprites and they have a bunch of different ones and people are freaking out over them. And they had a gummy power hour, which is where you can like get extra sprites during that power hour. And Calissa and I were supposed to like go shopping and everything, but I didn't know what time she was coming over. And then she's like, "Oh, I'm gonna be over right then." And so like I'm like, I need to prioritize. Like, do I need the gummy sprites or do I need to go, do my obligations with Calissa? And like just those little things of putting people in priority, like over things that you might consider fun. Like Calissa means more to me than Fortnite, dude. Like, and even if there was another one later too, but even if there wasn't, like I don't care enough about like Fortnite, even though I want those really bad, to prioritize that over somebody I care about. And those are the things that I've been taught and why, I've become a decent person in life, and, that I've done so well is because of my heart. But people don't get to see that because they see the chaos from the hard life that I've lived, and it blinds them to my heart. And so it's hard for me to get to know people because they see my chaos, but it comes from like a place of pain, but also of redemption and trying to reestablish some sort of normalcy after a really hard. I didn't want to get married, and then I got married and I didn't want anything else. And then I got cheated, and it's just like anything I want, it seems to be taken away from me. So I don't really want anything anymore because anything I want just gets taken. So I'm in a place where I'm trying to believe that the past is the past, that my future is not my past, and that just because I have something good doesn't mean it'll be taken away. But now you know the story of Jeff. I think we're gonna call it. It's about 2:00. I don't know. I could probably go all day. Like I'm in a place right now where I miss making content. I miss making it for the fun of making content. I got a little caught up in money. I started spending too much money, and now I have my eye opener. I felt it in my spirit first, and I ignored it. I knew this was going to happen. Even when I was still working at First Source, I just felt it. I felt if I'm not better with my money right now, something's going to happen. And then I lose my job, and I wasn't good enough with my money. So that's the goal now. No more eating out. We're buckling down. We budget, we plan, we take what money we have, we budget whatever we're going to need to spend, and we put the rest where it needs to go. And so that's kind of my plan, my future projections of, these grants that I'm going to get, any kind of people that I do sponsorships for, or whatever, like we're going to really buckle down so that I can't become rich if I don't have crypto. So that's the other thing. Yes, like I need help right now, but I need to get my game tight. Like I'm good at making money. I just need to spend it better. Like honestly. And so that's, and I might even do a little course here on that after I learn. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to start budgeting, and then we're going to have like a crypto budgeting class. Like how you are able, or how I'm going to be able to buy crypto to be able to stack my bags for the next bull market, because this is the best time right now to buy crypto. like CKB, like these are the ones that we're going to make money off of. Like, I don't know about Cardano. Those other ones, they just have a bunch of crap, right, guys? And people talk so much shit about ICP, but yet we're not the ones whose DeFi and dApps are taking a dive like Cardano. I used to love Cardano. Like, I would swear by Cardano back in the day, but no, dude. And then everyone comes over here and talks shit about ICP, and it pisses me off. I'm like, all you did is see a price chart go down because stupid motherfucking rich, greedy people. That's it. Dude, if you look at the technology, look at the heart of ICP, you get past the chaos. Well, we're very similar, aren't we? Me and ICP are very similar. Great heart, wonderful chaos. But yeah, I mean, that's what you got to understand is ICP isn't just like this short-term little fucking shitcoin, dude. This is technology that's fucking revolutionizing the whole way we see Web3. And you can't not pay attention to a crypto like that. It's just stupid. Like, if you understand, oh yes, charts are part of what you fucking look at, but look at it go from 3 to 21. Tell me there ain't fucking money to be made there. That's all I do is make money on ICP. Like, fuck, dude, I don't even trade other cryptos. So and I make fucking shit tons of money normally. You know what I mean? Sometimes when the market goes down, I lose too, though. You know what I mean? But like the last time we dunked, I did really well. And that was just because you guys, man, like you keep me motivated. You showing up here on my lives, like just keeps me fucking wanting to be in crypto, be better so I can teach you guys. Like, it isn't about just me making money. Like I told you, I give a fuck about money. I need it. The Bible says use your money to make friends. Like, and that's what I do. Like, I give a fuck about some money, dude, because I grew up with nothing. I had fucking nothing for a long fucking time. I'm used to it. So having something, I'm just like, yeah, who doesn't have nothing right now? Who needs something? Like Ashutosh, like that's the homie. He fucking made my whole goddamn fucking project on my NFT project for fucking hardly anything. And so next time I get like, I'm hiring him. You know those sprites? That's what I'm doing. The next time I get fucking money, I'm hiring that guy because he's going to make some cool ass backgrounds for my game. I'm going to have him fucking make the actual, because the dungeon backgrounds suck. The sprite characters are wonderful. I could do everything, but I need a cool fucking background, man. And I want to put him to work, you know, like, so that's the thing I need to start doing more is when I get, you know, this money, I need to start spreading around the crypto community more. I do it amongst my family, but I think I need to do it in crypto more. I think you guys have supported me so fucking much that I really need to just start giving back, man. Like that you can't just take, man. Like that's something when I first got sober, that was the biggest reality that I ever fucking had in my life is seeing that I'm a taker. All I fucking do is take. All I do is siphon, man. I can't fucking do that, man. You know what I mean? And that's why my relationships work so good is because it's a give and take, right? And so it has to be the same fucking thing with money. It has to be the same thing in crypto. You can't just pick and choose where, oh, I'm going to put a little bit of myself and you put like fucking all yourself in here with my little tiny portion. Like it can't work that way. It has to be like all of us out here fucking grinding until 3 o'clock in the morning, building shit, fucking going to hubs, like putting the word out there about crypto, making it a place where people see, hey man, there's shit going on. Like we, you know, it isn't just a fucking dead zombie chain, dude. We got games, we got DeFi, we got all this shit. Look at Cardano. There's no fucking more ecosystem. What the fuck are they gonna do? So it's just a funny thing how we ended up where we do. And I just encourage all of you to be the same. And I'm not even saying just support me. You know, if you guys want to, that's great. But I'm saying support your friends in crypto. Support the community. Do what you can. Make your presence known. Go to hubs. Go to events, man. If you really want this crypto shit to work, we need to get out there and get on the fucking grind. Like, that's all there is to it. And I saw it at the events. I saw where that door from fucking mediocrity to fucking elite, that's where it stands. I glimpsed in the fucking door. I promise you that. And so I see it. I see where crypto's heading. I see the future. I see the plans. I see what Dominic Williams is doing. I see what Nervos is doing, you know, and then money problems come. And we all face them, even big blockchains. We want to do every fucking event. Can we? Probably not, because, you know, it's a bear market and fucking investors want return on their money. But if you're not out there grinding, even in the fucking bear market, then what the fuck are you doing, man? This is the time to build. This is the time to make your name known so that you can get those investors in that buy at the bottom. That could be like, I'm a fucking millionaire now because of CKB, because they fucking advertised it in the bear market. when I could buy it at a good price instead of only advertising in the bull market where everybody just fucking loses money. Like, let's start advertising, building a structure for when the bull market isn't here. And then we just ride the euphoria in the bull market. Like, that's what you do. Build in the bear, fucking ride in the bull. You know what I mean? So, well, I love you guys. I think I'm about done now. Like, my voice is starting to get hoarse. I've been talking for 4 hours now. Kind of want to do it all day. But we're gonna call it quits there. I might do another one of these, actually, maybe on fucking Saturdays or Mondays. I don't even know when I'm gonna do them. But I do want to have like a plan. Like, this one was to tell you my life story, tell you who Jeff is, who Bitcoin, how I became Bitcoin renegade, you know, my heart. I hope you guys saw my heart in this video. I wanted to show you who I am, what hurts me, but what gives me hope and you know, gives me a plan for my future, that I care deeply about the ones that I love, and I care about you guys a lot. Every single one of you in crypto. If you haven't punched me in the nose, then we're good. You know what I mean? And I love you. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't hurt a fly unless, you know, they try to hurt me or people that I love. And you know, I think we all have a lot to offer in crypto. I'm gonna be all right, guys. Like, it's gonna work out for me. I'm gonna put this GoFundMe link in here. Wait, that's not it. Where did that go? And then I'm also going to put it in the description as well if you can't copy it out of the chat. But I would appreciate if you guys could help with any amount just to keep me being able to do these live streams and just keep making content. This is a very short-term thing. I'm going to get a good job soon. You guys, my resume is loaded. Everywhere that I've applied to has reached out. Just most of them don't pay what I want. You know, or, you know, more than it would be worth it to do that. Eventually I will take a shittier job till I get a better one. But for now, you know what I mean? Like, they were just commission or just stupid shit, like shit that you wouldn't take. Not just like, oh, 18 and out. No, it was like dumbass shit. But I'll take a job if I need it. Trust. But yeah, so Vita Brevis Fine Art, which I'll be like an appointment setter. That's $21 an hour. Plus a possible $1,000 bonus a month. So, and then T-Mobile, which is $20 an hour and $1,000 possible bonus a month. So that's better than the $18 and $500 bonus I was getting. So, and then there's possible, you know, room for growth. Like I said, I was the prodigy there. I became team lead protege in a month. I was the top collector the second month. Like, it just, like, I'm good at what I do, but I want to help people. I don't want to brag. But I want people to know where my skills are at. So there's a fine line between confidence and bragging. I'm trying to keep it on the confidence side and not moving to the douchebag side of that. But yeah, so there's a bright future. You know, I think I just need help for like 1 month. If we can raise the 500 for the tooth, and then I'd say even just maybe 500 more. Like, I think $1,000 with what I get now will take care of my insurance, which is $203, my T-Mobile bill, which is $125, and then my electric bill, which is going to be $120. So that I need $1,000 for the tooth and for those things. My car payment, my rent's good. We're just falling behind in the smaller things right now. And so I do appreciate you guys. I love you so much. If you guys want to share your story with me and hit me up in DM and be like, hey man, I understand. I've lived that life. Like, I had, you know, women do that to me. Like, I'd love to hear your story. We can chat. We can get to know each other. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to just be the one talking. I felt like I needed to get this off of my chest. I felt like this was therapeutic for me. Like, there was a lot of pain that I saw in the stream that has been there from the past. But it's not the pain. Like, it makes me emotional, but it doesn't hurt me, if that makes sense. The pain used to hurt me. Like, yes, it makes me a little emotional still because it hurt me badly. But now it's just remembering that hurt, remembering those things, and also remembering how far I've come from that, what I went through and how God brought me back out of that, how I struggled and almost died, but God didn't let that happen. And so that's the moral of the story, is redemption. that if you work hard, you make changes, you become a good person, you care about other people, things will work out for you. Not always. You'll still, like, I struggle sometimes. And I'm like, how can I be blessed and cursed at the same? Well, that's life for you. Like, God is blessing me, and he's with me when the bad things happen. Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego, he's with me in the fire. So it doesn't mean that you won't be in the fire. That is not the moral of the story. The moral of the story is you will be in the fire, but God's with you. So just because bad things happen to me, I don't accredit that to God not loving me or being in my life. I accredit that to this happened because of a person or because of people, and God is with me no matter what. So if we remove God from that, what do you have? You just have people hurt you. That's it. Then you're stuck with that. You don't have no one with you. But if you have God, then if people hurt you, you don't have to hurt them, but you have people, you have God with you in that hurt. Right? So if you just get rid of God, all you have is the hurt. So I'm like, well, why would I want to just be hurt without God then? Like if I remove God from that completely, all I am is hurt. If we have God, there's redemption, love, salvation, joy. Even if you're not happy, the joy of the Lord, like knowing you're going to be saved, knowing the people you love are going to go to heaven with you. That is the greatest joy I'll ever get in this life, is to know that you're going to heaven with me, that you're with me, that you believe, and that you're saved, man. And that's all. And if you have a different religion, I love you guys still. Like, I'm not one of them Christians that hate other people. I just died almost before, and I seen hell, and I seen Jesus Christ. So it's a little bit different for me, because like I was on my way to hell. Like, I felt the sin. I knew that I had sinned, and that feeling, though, you don't feel like that when you're dreaming, dude. It was absolute the worst despair, and I've been cheated on, and I've had the worst things happen to me. It's nothing like that. That pales in my pain in this world is nothing compared to what hell is, dude. I am telling you, I don't even know if it was just the reminiscence of hell that touched me, not even the full thing. And I felt that, and that's why they say the fear of the Lord is your strength, because I'm scared to go to hell. It scared me from never doing a drug ever again in my life. And I was a drug addict for years. You know what I mean? So there's something to that, man. Believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. You know what I mean? He will redeem you. And if you have a different belief, like, I love you guys too. Like, a lot of my friends, like quite a few, don't believe in Christ, but they're my brothers. They're my people. Like, I want the best for the people that I love. And it doesn't matter those things. My job is to love you, dude. That's my job. That's all my job is. It's not to question or, I really want Calissa to be saved. She had some messed up stuff happen in the church. And yeah, I can't even try to preach to her. Like, God is going to do it his way. You know what I mean? But she believed before. And yeah, guys. So I really appreciate everything. Here's my ICP address. I don't know if you can get it out of the chat. And here's the GoFundMe. If you guys do want to support, this will be up for the next couple of weeks. So we just, or the next couple of days probably. I think that's all we have today. I'm a little worn out now from being all emotional and stuff, so I'm going to go. But you guys start buying ICP, start buying CKB. We'll do some more TA. I will be back on Friday. So you guys have a wonderful week, and God bless and love you all. All right, guys. That being said, goodbye and good ICP. Bang!